On a perfect spring day at Fenway Park this afternoon, the Red Sox go for the series win over the Tampa Bay Rays. One night after the hitting and pitching all came together in a 7-3 victory. Welcome back to Yawkey Way, everyone. Great to have you. I'm Dave O'Brien, delighted to be joined by Steve Lyons and, of course, Jerry Remy. And Remdog, last night, the Red Sox busting up big time. And right in the middle of it, Mookie Betts, as he got out of a slump in style.
Yeah, he certainly did, and that's what the Red Sox needed to get Mookie going at the top of the lineup. And he certainly did that last night, showing off all his skills. First of all, a line drive home run from Betts that took just a little over 3 seconds to get out of the ballpark. That was in a bat early in the ball game. Then we see his speed, a stolen base, eventually on a pass ball. He was thinking about third base, but goes back to second base. Around, turns the wrong way on a line drive, but is able to regroup, shows his athleticism there. And a very heads-up play later in the game when the ball bounces off the center field wall. He's hustling over there to back up Jackie Bradley and gets the ball back into the infield. So we got an example last night of the true athleticism of Mookie Betts and what he means to the top of the lineup.
Evan Longoria's favorite player, as he tweeted out earlier this month. Hey, the Red Sox had a scare last night, and Steve, a couple of nights ago, it was Joe Kelly having to leave after 2/3 of an inning. Last night it was Xander Bogaerts leaving because of a tight quad.
Yeah, but Obi, the good news is that he is back in the lineup today. We were a little bit worried about that. He had to score twice last night on balls off the bat of David Ortiz, all the way from first base. So the second time he did it, you can see he pulls up there lame a little bit. He said the quad grabbed him a little bit. But both he and John Farrell after the game said that if he feels the way he felt last night after the game, after a little bit of treatment, that he would be back in there today. And good thing, too, because he snapped an 0 for 14 with a couple of hits, an RBI, and a couple runs scored in last night's game as well.
Okay, guys, it'll be great to see the ace on the mound today. David Price will be trying to go to 3-0 and continue the momentum as the Red Sox are ready to get on the charter and head for Houston. The big left-hander ready to go against his former team today. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. Superb day here at Fenway Park as we give you a look at the Rays lineup. It's brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers. Logan Forsythe, the leadoff man. Brandon Geyers in left. Then it's Evan Longoria, Steve Pearce, Desmond Jennings, and Steven Souza. Tim Beckham is the shortstop today with Kevin Kiermaier in center and Kirk Casale the catcher. And batting ninth, the Red Sox starting pitcher presented by your New England Audi dealers is David Price. 2-0, a 4.50 ERA. He leads the American League at 13.5 strikeouts per 9 innings.
The Red Sox defense is brought to you by Southwest Airlines, and they are the best in the American League to this point. 5 errors in 14 games. Travis Shaw will be at third base, and Bogaerts to shortstop. Dustin Pedroia at second. Hanley Ramirez to first baseman. Left to right, Brock Holt, Jackie Bradley Jr. and Mookie Betts, and Christian Vasquez doing the catching for David Price.
The umpires are brought to you by ToyotaCertified.com. Search for your factory-backed Toyota certified used vehicle right now. James Hoy has the balls and strikes. Chad Fairchild, Jim Joyce, and Toby Basner round out today's judiciary. And set for the first pitch from David Price, today making his first start against his former team since he joined the Red Sox. And we are underway as that one is ball one. And Price coming off a standout 4-2 win over Toronto. Went 7 innings. He struck out 9. It seems, Steve, that every starter is striking out 9 guys these days.
I know, it must be the Vasquez effect behind home plate. This guy right here, as you look at him, leads the American League in strikeouts per 9 with over 13.
Didn't walk anybody in that start against Toronto either. Red Sox with an impressive win last night to get back to 500 at 7-7. And that's a strike on the inside corner.
And we talked a little bit last night about the setup, and we look at Porcello's numbers from last night. 7 innings, a beautiful ball game for him, giving up 3 runs, a 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts. He's been piling up the strikeouts for the Red Sox.
And the Sox staff continues to heap praise on the young catcher Vasquez. Line shot, that's going to be looped into left field for a base hit. So Forsythe is on immediately. And we're available. This select telecast can be heard in Spanish by hitting that SAP button on your TV remote. SAP is presented by ToyotaCertified.com. Search for your factory-backed Toyota certified used vehicle right now.
Buenas tardes, amigos.
The forecast could not be much more perfect. It says partly cloudy, but we see nothing but sun and 72 degrees. Baseball like it ought to be. Here's Brandon Guyer. He's in left field today and looks at ball one.
Pretty good pitch right there by David Price. That ball right at the bottom of the strike zone, but not getting the call from Hoy behind the plate. And that's a pitch right there that pitches half to half.
Guyer hitting .333, has homered one time. Right through that one. Guy with a little bit of power, and in fact in his career 12 of his 15 home runs have come against lefties. And the 1-1 pitch from the 30-year-old southpaw. Loop foul out of play.
Hey, saw Vasquez there, shaking his head, and he's telling Price to shake off the pitch that he put down just to try to confuse the hitter a little bit. And I know sometimes standing up there, and Steve, I'm sure you feel the same way, that when you see a pitcher shaking off, you're not quite sure what he's going to throw. They decided to come back with the fastball.
Yeah, it gives a little indecision to yourself. You're thinking, how many pitches does this guy have?
So what are you doing? Counting along? 5, 6, 7.
Guessing along.
What's up with this? 1-2. And that hit him. A glancing blow, but he's on. And a rocky start for Price. A single and now hit batsman.
Well, I don't know if there's anywhere Guy could have gone, but he didn't make much of an effort to get out of the way of this. A fastball right at his leg, at his thigh. And there was no jump back from him. Actually kind of a jump into the ball. And I think that's what John Farrell's going to question right now.
It's got to be it.
I mean, you have to make some type of effort to get away from a pitch, and instead it looked like, if you look at the left leg right there, watch how it comes in toward the plate.
I think the umpire would argue that, hey, it's his cut fastball. It's designed to move like that, but maybe the hitter doesn't know it when he's looking at it, and it cuts right in on that leg. He didn't have anywhere to go. That was a tough at bat right there, just because Price had him set up. He had thrown 2 fastballs right by him. He had him set up to either try to strike him out or maybe throw a breaking ball and get a double play ball out of it.
Longoria now, he's 0 for 9 against his former teammate. Not just his former teammate, they used to be roommates when they played together at Tampa Bay. And a high fly to right field, driving back Betts, but plenty of space for Mookie. And tagging up Forsythe. He will advance from second to third. But now a chance for Price to get out of this unscathed with a double play ball.
Well, you hope to get more out of Longoria, but the fact is, with first and second, facing a guy like Price on a team that doesn't score a lot of runs, that's a pretty good out because you advance the man to third base with less than 2 outs. And Longoria hitting that ball deep to Mookie Betts, a tag at second. Now they have the first and third situation with 1 out. They're trying to scrap for runs any way they can.
We mentioned this a little while ago. In our view from the booth, they have scored the fewest runs they've ever scored through their first 14 games. Steve Pearce, 227, no home runs. He has more at bats against Price than any other Ray. He's 5 for 20 with a home run against the lefty. Sox hoping to turn 2 up the middle, 1 out, runners on the corners.
Really like the way Mookie Betts played this ball in right. He's running away from the play, and he'll reverse pivot to get this ball back in. That's the way to do it. It's the correct way to do it, and it's the quickest way for you to turn and get the ball back into the field of play.
Mookie feeling pretty good about himself here today after a wonderful night last night. Check swing, but he did not offer.
That's the kind of game for Betts last night that can really get you going. You know, a couple of base hits in the game, defensive plays, running the bases. I mean, that's his game. And it looked like a totally different Red Sox offense because of Betts, the way he was in that leadoff spot.
And a home run almost went through the light standard. Out in front, the count 1-1.
Well, I want to see Mookie be even more aggressive on the bases. This team's only been caught stealing once, and it was the first attempt they had all season long. Since then, they've stolen 9 in a row.
Forsythe at third base, Geyer at first. No score first inning. There's a shot rocketed down the line, but a foul ball. And that little sliver of real estate between the foul line and the stands, that's where it went.
And you can see clearly on the replay here how that ball just hooking, and just barely in foul territory. He certainly got the head of the bat out on that fastball that was inside.
A noisy strike. 1-2.
It's a good time to go to the outer half of the plate, see if you can get him to roll over something to the left side and maybe turn a double play.
Long look in, and now Pearce asks for time. He gets it from James Hoy.
A couple of times he threw down that changeup sign, and it looks like that's what he wanted to go to. We'll see. Not going away.
Line shot, base hit center field. That'll chase in Geyer. Forsythe coming in, Geyer down to second base, and so it is 1-0 as Tampa Bay strikes.
And they tried to go outside that time, but Pearce is all over. You can see Vasquez set up on the outside part of the plate. The ball is a little bit toward the outside part of the plate, but the line shot right back up the middle. Pedroia shading him in that direction is nothing he can do, and Tampa Bay jumps out to the 1-0 lead. So some pretty solid contact that time by Pearce.
Yeah, Jerry, that pitch was elevated a little bit, but it was out on the corner. It wasn't bad location, but maybe you got to give Pearce a little credit, understanding that they might want to go away from him, thinking they can try to get him to roll over one, and he says, no, I'll go back up the middle with you.
Brings up the DH Desmond Jennings, 250 with 1 home run. First and second, only 1 away. And a strike to the inside edge. Sox on his homestand are 4-5, and it ends today. Heading to Houston and Atlanta for 5 games. Houston is off to a slow start. They're 5-10, and the Braves are 4-10. Vasquez will now head out to chat with Price.
You know, Dave, you mentioned the numbers and the fact the Red Sox, if they can win this ball game today behind Price, they got a pretty good chance to have a decent road trip with the opposition that they're going to be playing. And, you know, it'd be nice to get a cushion of 4 or 5 games over 500 and get rolling.
Sox 2.5 behind the Orioles, who play tonight at Camden Yards against Toronto. Here's the 0-1. Foul tipped into the mitt.
This team obviously has to try to set up some dominance right here at Fenway Park. If they win today, they have a 5-5 homestand. Looking to have a better road trip, come back off of that road trip with a winning record. Obviously, I think when you're talking about a team that's 500, you're talking about a team that's not very good. You don't want to be a 500 team, but you definitely have to start somewhere.
0-2 on Jennings. And he left it high.
Now we had Pedroia highlighted a little bit earlier in this at bat, and he's certainly playing Jennings to pull, and you can see the position he's in. He's also trying to keep that runner at second base. The key for him is to make the fakes in a second, but get back into position so a ball doesn't squirt to the right side of the infield. Price very deliberate with men on base.
He fires a 1-2. High chop toward third base, and that one's going to kick foul. There are a number of science and technology whiz kids here at Fenway from the Boys and Girls Club of Lawrence today. They participated in an egg drop from atop the Green Monster earlier this morning. Now enjoying the game, and one of the highlights of my winter was visiting the Boys and Girls Club of Lawrence. It's an amazing place for kids, an incredibly gifted and dedicated staff there. A couple of the kids have last names of Ortiz, so you know who they were looking out for today. Guyer at second, Pierce at first. He got him. 93-94 with a fastball downstairs.
Pretty much challenge time right there for David Price. He goes with number 1, the fastball, and there's nothing tricky about it, right down the middle, but a very late swing by Jennings. Vasquez set up outside. The ball leaks a little bit to the middle of the plate, but still able to pick up the strikeout.
Price trying to hold his old mates to 1 run in the first inning. That sends up Steven Souza, 256 with 3 home runs. Good power. But another guy who swings for the fences. Two down, 2 on. Swing and a miss for strike 1. Souza was a rookie last year. He did hit 16 homers. Price with the 0-1. He was late. He's ramping up that fastball.
Yes, he is now. Didn't look completely comfortable when this game started, but that's on the black right there. Just blew it right by Souza.
Price a strike away from really minimizing the damage in this opening frame. 2-strike pitch on the way, and he gets it with 3 strikes. They do score, but the Sox are coming up 1-0 Tampa Bay. The Red Sox lineup is brought to you by BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Mookie Betts will lead it off. Then it's Dustin Pedroia. Xander Bogaerts back in there. David Ortiz, the DH. Hanley Ramirez at first. Travis Shaw at third. Brock Holt at left. Christian Vasquez catching. And Jackie Bradley is in center field. And taking on the right-hander Jake Odorizzi, who is 0-1 with a 2.41 ERA. Red Sox trail 1-0. Batting for the first time. And that one's a strike in the inside corner. The Rays starting pitcher is presented by Buick. So he is 0-1, 2-2 in 8 starts against the Red Sox with a 3.43 earned run average. And facing Mookie Betts, who was on base 4 times last night.
And basically what you're going to see today are a lot of fastballs and a very, very good changeup from Odorizzi.
A ball inside on Mookie.
That's the changeup we were talking about, and they have the shift on Betts. 3 men on the left side of the infield. We don't see all teams do that. Tampa certainly has.
Oh! 2-2. Odorizzi is one of the few starting pitchers for Tampa Bay who works at a pretty good clip. And off the outside edge as Mookie would not chase, so it's 3-2. He walked to start the game last night. In fact, drew 2 walks. Pedroia would be next. And he scored 3 runs to tie a career high. Line shot into center, base hit. Good start for Mookie, starting to really warm up.
The Rays defense is brought to you by DraftKings. They are 3rd in the league with 6 errors in 14 games. Evan Longoria in third base. Tim Beckham gets the start at shortstop. Logan Forsythe at second, and Steve Pearce, the first baseman. Left to right, Brandon Guyer, Kevin Kiermaier, Steven Souza Jr., and Kurt Casale behind the plate.
Let's see if Mookie elects to do some running with Dustin Pedroia hitting .268, no home runs. In between innings, they were playing a Prince song. And it has been confirmed that Prince has passed away. The rock star has died. And Pearl Washington, the great Syracuse point guard, has also passed away at the age of 52. He was a fantastic player at SU. Had been suffering with a brain tumor. Both of them quite young. Here's the 0-1 pitch. Not to be made, and diving back in Pedroia. I should say Mookie Betts. Pedroia the batter here with nobody out.
Yeah, Mookie gets, as we've mentioned many times, one of the best leads in all of the American League. He really is comfortable getting a very large lead. Some players are not.
In tight. Dustin 1 for 9 in the series. And the 1-1. There's a high deep drive into left field, rising up to the wall and gone. His first home run of the season, and the Red Sox have the lead 2-1. We've been kind of waiting on that swing.
Well, in my opinion, Pedroia very similar to Mookie Betts. You throw that ball inside to him like that, and most of the time he's going to hit it hard, either on the line or, in this case, a line drive that goes right over the green monster. So the Red Sox, with the 2 at-bats and both balls hit very, very hard. Betts and Pedroia with the home run.
Here's Xander getting back in the lineup today. Speedway, a proud sponsor of New England's first choice for value and convenience. And for every Red Sox home run this season, Speedway donates $500 to Boston Children's Hospital. Stop by a Speedway store near you. And this one is ripped down the left field line, and that's going to hook right into the CVS Pharmacy sign. Bobbled a bit by Guyer and into second base, and standing up, and he's safely in, is Xander Bogaerts. Remember, he tweaked that quad last night.
That's an absolute bullet off the left field wall. That's the kind where a lot of guys wouldn't even think about going to second base, but not Xander. He knows he pulled it down in that corner far enough, and it's a good sign to know that he could get to second base standing up after what we saw last night with that quad grabbing him.
Yeah, I wonder, Steve, because of the quad, I wonder if that kept him away from the slide.
Maybe he didn't want to slide.
I was a little surprised not to see him slide at second base, but he kind of tiptoed his way in for the double. As Bogart's running well around first base, and he's got that play in front of him, so he knows exactly what he's doing, and he just sidesteps the tag.
Here's Big Poppy. So for the second night in a row, the Red Sox come out swinging. David hitting .295, 3 homers, 13 runs batted in, and fired in there for a strike. 2 doubles, 3 RBIs yesterday. Big Poppy hitting .295 with 3 homers. Single, 2-run homer, double. And they're charging Odorizzi right away. He checks and it's low.
Earlier we talked about the lack of run support that Odorizzi has gotten since he's become a member of this club, and he's had all his success basically being a 2-pitch pitcher, four-seam fastball and a changeup. Last year he threw more changeups than any other pitcher in the American League, 35%.
2-2.
They say he is working on a third pitch, kind of a breaking ball slider type. There you see the numbers on Odorizzi at the bottom of that list. And they're going to have to score some more runs for him today if he wants a win in this one.
They've also allowed the fewest runs through 14 games, so their pitching's been tough. Had to lunge after that one to stay alive. Very protective swing for Big Poppy as he fouls it away.
Yeah, very defensive right there. That fastball on the outside part of the plate. And you got to think that in the back of the hitter's mind today is that changeup, because he throws it so often. In that time, Ortiz got the fastball and just was very fortunate to foul it off. That was a slow motion swing by Big Poppy.
He does not see this pitcher all that well. He's 3 for 18 against Odorizzi. Xander at second base. Xander's another guy heating up all of a sudden. Dancing away from second base, and that one dips down low.
Jerry, I was never a guy that could force myself to sit on a changeup because I was afraid if I didn't get the changeup, or if I saw a fastball around my head, I wouldn't be able to get out of the way. But if a guy throws 35% of them, maybe every once in a while.
Yeah, I agree with you, Steve. I mean, I couldn't do it either. I had to sit on the fastball and adjust to the off-speed pitches.
3-2 pitch. Shot to right field. That's hooking down into the corner. Oh, what a play by Souza. Tagging at second base and moving to third is Xander Bogaerts. But what a play. At the crack of the bat, I thought he had no chance.
I'm with you, Dave. I didn't think he did either. I thought that ball was going to be down in the corner, but what a jump he gets and a perfect leap. I mean, he just leaps at the proper time right there and catches it in the webbing of the glove and takes extra bases away from Ortiz, and definitely another Red Sox run. That's a great play by Steven Souza Jr.
I mean, you never know what it's going to go and do down in that corner if it gets by him.
If it gets by him, even Big Poppy might be able to get a triple because it's going to roll around down there in that corner. That was a fantastic play. I don't even think Souza knew that he caught it when he came down with it.
Here's an example right now, Dave, of the problems they've had offensively, because they're playing the infield in here very, very early in the game in a 2-1 game.
And Hanley, the batter. He really needs it. He's 0 for his last 8, 5 for 35 on the homestand. Now, the way the other guys are swinging in the lineup all of a sudden, if Hanley gets going, look out. And the man behind him is on fire, Travis Shaw. Runner at third base, only one out. And that'll be a strike.
Here's a case where I would not send the man on contact with one out, because first of all, you got a guy at third base that's got a little bit of a bad quad, and you got a left-hander on deck and Shaw. So if there's a ground ball for the infield, I would expect that Bogaerts would probably hold at third base.
Make it get through.
Tampa Bay has been pitching Hanley up high in the strike zone. That one downstairs, and the count is 2-1.
There's one of the few sliders you'll see him throw today, a breaking ball that time to Ramirez, just to show him something different.
Hanley Ramirez with 1 home run so far, checking in at 263. Here's the 2-1. That ran in. So a good count for Hanley.
And here's where Hanley's going to narrow his zone down middle in and try to launch one. Anything else, let it pass. Take your chances on 3-2 if you have to.
And I think Hanley is one of those guys that can sit change up if he wants to.
3-1 high fly ball to left. That one driven deep, heading for the wall, and that is going to be off the wall. Another run is in. Hanley with a big turn at first base. He's going to scurry back to first, and the Red Sox lead it 3-1.
Now that's exactly what we were talking about. You know, Hanley on the 3-1 count, you narrow your zone and you look middle in, and that's what Hanley does right here. Even though he did not get the barrel of the bat on the ball, he's still able to drill it off that left field wall. I mean, if he squares that up, it's going to be a home run, but he didn't quite square it up. Bogaerts scoring the run, and Hanley holds at first base.
And you see Hanley with a bad jump out of the box. He thought that was going to go foul. He was kind of watching it down the line. I'm sure that he didn't think he got enough of it to get it out of the ballpark, but he didn't think it was going to stay fair. It took him a while to get him out of the box. Point at it like Pudge does. Down the line.
Yeah, that was not quite deep enough to get out of the ballpark. And, you know, you can almost sense where you hit the ball on the bat. I mean, he didn't get that on the barrel.
Nope. Sometimes he's strong enough to not have to get it all and still get it out of here.
That picks up his 7th RBI. And here's Travis Shaw. So another good offensive start for the Red Sox, 2nd day in a row. Odorizzi pitched very well in his last start, a no decision against the White Sox, but he went 7, allowing only 4 hits and no runs. They lost 1-0 to Chris Sale.
Well, he's not going to have one of those starts that he's had so many of since he joined this club. Since 2014, he's had 25 starts where he gave up 1 run or less. You'd think he'd win a ton of those. In 11 of those starts, he didn't get the win. He's already given up 3 in this one.
Shaw is 2 for 3 against him. Looking at a strike. Travis hitting .333, a homer, 7 runs driven in. 389 against right-handers. On the black.
Now that's not a pitch right there that Shaw wants to swing at. That's pretty nasty. A fastball outside part of the plate. You see Casale set up away, and that's exactly where they get that pitch. And the best you can do with that if you swing is probably foul it off to the left side.
Odorizzi with a 1-2 and a shot again, headed toward that wall. Guyer back off the 10. Ramirez into third. It bounces deep into the outfield. He's going to try and score. No, he won't. He's heading back to third base and made the wise decision as he rounded the bag and slammed on those brakes. And another bullet by Travis Shaw.
Steve, one thing we've been talking about, and we've noticed it, is that Tampa has tried to pitch upstairs to Travis Shaw. Well, they tried to go upstairs again against him, and that time he's able to make the contact. Now watch Hanley round second base, and Butterfield was kind of waving him on, and at the last minute puts on the brakes because Hanley kind of stopped. He wasn't sure at second base if that ball was going to be off the wall or caught. So Butterfield had to quickly make the adjustment and put the brakes on.
I think Geyer did a good job of decoying out there in left field, and that made Hanley stop, and then he couldn't get the momentum going.
Brock Holt takes a strike.
Still love the way Hanley came around third base, wanting to score if they were going to send him, and that's something we didn't see a lot of last year. It's a completely different guy, completely different attitude so far this season, especially on the bases.
And now base hit could make it 5-1, and still only one man out. And there's a shot into left field for a single. That's going to send in Hanley. Down to third, stopping there is Travis. And the Red Sox lead 4-1, and the hit parade continues.
But Dave, we talked last night how important it was for the Red Sox, the way they have been playing, to jump out in front and kind of take the pressure off. And that's exactly what happened last night and is happening again here this afternoon. A 4 spot already here in the first inning. That ball going to the opposite field on the ground by Brock Holt. Red Sox being very aggressive against Odorizzi.
They have 6 hits off him. And still only one away. They're on at the corners for Christian Vasquez.
And with this lineup, no pitcher can take a deep breath just because you're at the back half of the lineup. Shaw with a hit, Holt with a hit, Vasquez now, and Bradley to follow.
I don't know how you feel, Steve, but I like to keep the pressure on here. You got 4 runs. Do something, maybe a steal, maybe a hit and run with Vasquez. He can handle the bat a little bit, but just keep the pressure on Odorizzi.
Try to have a wipeout inning in the first inning.
Down low and scooting back to first base, Brock Holt. And Dustin Pedroia ripping his first home run of the season. Mookie Betts started the game with a solid single to center field. And the Red Sox are off to the races here in the first inning. Vasquez 0 for 4 Ks last night. There goes Holt. Here's a play down to second base. The throw goes into the outfield. Another run is in. And Holt scurries down to third. The Red Sox lead it 5-1.
That's exactly what we were talking about. They tried the hit and run, and it was a good effort by Vasquez just to throw his bat at it because that was an unhittable pitch. But that may have forced the bad throw. There's Holt off at first base. You can see Vasquez throwing the bat. It is a hit and run play. The bad throw, the second baseman coming into the infield to try to make the play, and the Red Sox keep the pressure on and pick up another run.
If you're the catcher in that situation, Caselli, you got to try to make contact with Vasquez. I think they're going to come out and try to argue interference here on that throw down to second base, but you have to make contact in order to get that call, and I don't think they did. Vasquez threw his bat and then ran to the other side of the field to go pick it up.
Yeah, right underneath Caselli. So this could be a very quick conversation, and it is. There'll be no interference.
If you're the catcher and you're feeling interfered with, you better make sure that you get interference. He's got to come popping out and move forward and make contact right there with Vasquez somehow.
I got to tell you, that's pretty close, though. That really is pretty close because Vasquez almost like he was going down that first base line.
Where's it going?
He's chasing his bat.
This was announced, by the way, as a stolen base for each runner, and that means Travis Shaw just stole home, and an error on the catcher, Caselli.
Let's go Red Sox.
Yeah. Only been thrown out once all year. The very first attempt they made.
Infield remaining in. 1 out. And a 1-1 to Vasquez. Little chopper to the right side. Here comes the runner. Play at the plate. The tag. And he is going to be out at home. Brock Holt cut down. Trying to score on contact.
That's a good job by the catcher Caselli because that was a little bit of an errant throw by Forsythe, the second baseman. It takes him up the third base line. But watch Caselli. Now they're playing contact with the infield in. The throw's got a tail, but Caselli, after he makes the catch, gets that D down, as you can see, and completely blocks home plate. Now you can't do that until he has the ball in his glove. Once he had the ball in his glove, then he could drop that knee and block the plate. Good play by the catcher.
It's kind of that play you talked about before too, Jerry, the contact play. I'm just never sure I'm much of a fan of the contact play at all. I mean, I know you're putting a hurting on him right here in the first inning, scoring 4 runs, but I'm with you. Let's add on. Got a guy on third. They're hard to get to third base. I just don't want to run into an out.
Yeah, I kind of agree, in that situation, because you got the left-hander Bradley on deck, and I thought maybe they would not play it in that situation with the left-hander coming up to the plate.
Jackie Bradley with a cut and a miss. 5-1 Red Sox. Jackie 0 for 6 in his career against Odorizzi.
I misspoke there and said 4 runs, but they've scored so quickly I can't write them all down.
They're coming fast. Vasquez becoming the runner at first base and scoring in very different ways in this inning, on stolen bases and home runs and miscues by the Tampa Bay Rays. 1-2 and down he goes swinging. The Red Sox send up 9 and 5 score. Our tribute to Prince as we go to break. Brought to you by BuyAToyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. By Dunkin' Donuts, America runs on Dunkin'. By Subaru Retailers of New England, supplying award-winning all-wheel drive vehicles throughout New England. By DraftKings, the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of your Boston Red Sox. By Hair Cuttery, smart looks, smart prices. By the 2017 Kia Sportage, visit nekiadealers.com to learn more. And by Southwest Airlines, transparency, low fares, and nothing to hide. So David Price handed 5 runs, and it is 5-1 Red Sox as we go to the second inning here on Getaway Day for the Red Sox. And looking to get back over 500 with a win today. Tim Beckham to lead things off. It's the bottom third of their order. And the 6'5 lefty delivers, and it's bounded foul. Pitching against the team that he started his career with. He spent most of 7 seasons with Tampa Bay. He went 82 and 47.
It's pretty good. It's the 4th time now he's faced Tampa Bay as a member of a guy in a different uniform.
Kevin Kiermaier on deck. Makes him move his feet a bit.
That's a good pitch. No balls and 2 strikes, and you can see Vasquez slide inside. He really wanted that ball in. He was off the inside part of the plate, and that's exactly where Price got it. So he's got him set up a way now if he wants to go out there with some type of off-speed pitch or even a fastball. Let's see what they do. Changeup.
And he buried that one. And David Price was talking with Rob Bradford of WEEI.com on a podcast recently, and he was talking about Twitter. And he has 1.4 million followers, but he said, I didn't open Twitter the day after I pitched in the Sox home opener or 2 or 3 days later. I don't want to see that. It's too easy to be negative. He said, I don't check it a lot, period, anymore. There's still fans in Detroit that aren't happy I was traded to Toronto. A lot of fans in Toronto that aren't happy that I left there. Said you can't please everybody. I definitely want to please our home fan base. That's with me going out there and throwing the ball well. Sounds like he's off Twitter. He also said there's a lot of negativity on Twitter, on social media, period, and I don't have time for that.
Well, there's 1.4 million people waiting for his next sentence.
You're going to be waiting a little longer. 3-2.
I think David Price would admit to the fact that his first inning there was a little bit shaky, but when the boys come in there and throw a 5 spot up there, you got to feel pretty good about sending your ace back out to the mound with a 4-run lead already.
The payoff pitch to Beckham. Loop foul out of play as he stays alive.
One thing I love to see is I watch the off outfielder, and in a situation where you got 2 strikes, you expect the hitter to be more defensive. So you see Betsy's in a little bit more shallow than he would normally be if it was a hitter's count, because with 2 strikes they're expecting more of a defensive swing. That's why Mookie has moved in about, I'd say, good 5 steps.
And he is pretty shallow.
Cut on and miss. Down he goes. That's 3 consecutive Ks for David Price. So he is beginning to get things rolling here. Steve Lyons, Dave O'Brien, and Jerry Remy with you. And great to be alongside both of you guys and in the ballpark where it's about 70 degrees and the Red Sox off to a great start offensively for the 2nd straight day.
It's, to me, this offense, and you talk about the best offenses in this division, and you talk about Baltimore and Toronto, those guys are mostly power offenses, and that can go away. This offense is more evenly spread out through everybody, and I think you could be way more effective that way.
You know, what I'd like to know personally is what are the odds with a 3-man booth that all 3 guys have gray suits on? I mean,
well, we're just so happy you put a striped shirt on, or else we'd be a law firm.
It's unbelievable.
I thought
gray suits.
I thought we were all told by Joseph Abboud that traveling gray is the way to go. And the Sox are leaving town today and heading for Houston. High fly to center field, but Jackie Bradley to settle underneath this one on this sunny day, and he puts it away for the 2nd out.
The communication between those 2 guys out there in the outfield, Jerry, is tremendous. Even though Jackie had that, you saw how hard Mookie came running in case he lost it in the sun. I think Jackie told him, I got it. I'm okay. And sometimes Jackie can fool you too. He's very nonchalant sometimes.
Yeah, and I like the way, you know, he kind of turned himself away from the sun. It's a very difficult spot for center field right now, and he kind of turned his shoulder in toward it. You can see him looking up toward the sun now, and that's why Mookie had to hustle over there just in case.
In tight a ball on Casali, the catcher, hitting just 125 with no homers.
See right there, Jackie, he's got his back turned to the sun, trying to get the best angle on it he possibly could.
Isn't that a James Taylor song? My back turned towards the sun.
It's a line from a James Taylor song. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I think everybody knows by now that Fenway Park in the outfield, especially right field when the summer heats up, is the toughest sun field in all of baseball.
And we were talking about some of the concert series here at Fenway Park as you look at the sky today, and James Taylor performing last year. Paul McCartney's coming back, and just don't get Jerry started about that concert on the 17th of July.
Well, Dave, you promised me, and you made the promise last night that you would get me introduced to and give me 5 minutes with Sir Paul.
5 minutes. Who was your idol, I know.
The pressure is on.
You introduced me to Carl Yastrzemski. I owe you everything for the end of time for that. Spring training, my idol. And yours too. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Casali.
I think the first thing I'd probably say is maybe I'm amazed.
Which he's never heard before.
No, I'm sure he hasn't.
That'll be a first.
Jerry, you're not going to go to Jason Aldean and Kid Rock?
No.
That's a great show too.
Oh, I'm sure it is.
I'm a great show.
But I can only stand 1 concert a year. I'm not. I'm a little bit older than you guys.
Hey, you're saving it for the right guy.
And Jerry's seen him before. That's a bucket list for me to see Paul McCartney.
Well, you may have your opportunity.
Oh, I'm going to arrange the meeting and everything. 3-2 hammered. That one twisting and hooking down into the corner. And that's going to be a fair ball. Holt plays on the warning track. It's going to be a long single.
Look at that.
Brock Holt really good on playing the Green Monster.
Yeah, Casale that time breaking up an 0 for 13 as he gets this ball in a half and is able to keep it in fair territory. A lot of times you'll see that ball pull foul, but just barely keeps it to the right of the yellow line going up the wall. And a great play, as you mentioned, by Brock Holt. Look how far he's got to go for this. And he holds him to the single with 2 outs, because 2 outs is the time when normally you try that double again and score in position, but not the case right there. Good hustle, and good play by Brock Holt.
It just amazes me with how clean he is at every position. You know, you can play third base, shortstop. You can play, obviously, the outfield spots. You can play first base. You can play every position out there except for pitcher and catcher, and don't put that past him either.
Well, actually, that's something Steve can talk to, because when Steve played, he played all different positions. That's going to be a very difficult job, coming to the ballpark every day and working on the infield, working on the outfield, because you never know where you're going to be playing.
Well, in his case, because he's going to be playing every day, sometimes it can be more fun because you don't have the monotony of playing the same position every night. He goes out there and works hard at a bunch of different positions, keeps things fresh for him. It's a little tougher when you have to work at all those positions and then don't play.
And you get all those gloves in your locker.
Yeah, but that's fun too. When the glove guy shows up at spring training, it's like Christmas.
Forsythe 1 for 1 with a base hit. 5-1. Red Sox lead it here in the second inning. And a blooper foul back out of play. Jason Aldean will be returning to Fenway on September 9th. Part of the Plainridge Park Casino Fenway Concert Series. Aldean is co-headlining with Kid Rock. Tickets go on sale Friday, April 22 at 10 a.m. RedSox.com/Jason Aldean. It's been an immensely popular production. The concerts at Fenway, everybody loves them.
You know, the performers love them too because they keep coming back.
Oh, that's no lie. They love it here. Even Billy Joel.
Every year. Seems like.
Made a New Yorker. A Yankee and Met fan. He loved it here. Two balls, 2 strikes. Casale at first base. Price with that deliberate tempo with men on. And he got him. 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the second. Red Sox with a 5-1 lead.
up by a lot. Good to see Mookie Betts, who we're going to see for the second time in this game, breaking out of that slump. And I asked him after the game last night, he was able to get his home run and induce a couple of walks. Mookie, what are you more relieved that you were able to finally get to tonight? And thinking he was going to answer a home run, he kind of threw me a curveball and said, walks. It's so much more difficult to induce a guy to walk you, not just once, but twice. So I was kind of surprised, but then he elaborated today that the discipline it takes to sit back and get free passes is why it's more impressive. And by the way, guys, sorry I didn't get the Gray memo.
Yeah, I don't know how you missed that, Striker, because it was everywhere today at NESN, and we all got it. You still look sharp, though.
Got the gray tie.
You're on fire. Yeah, I think that's part of it.
Perfect.
Mookie Betts will lead things off, a single and a run in the first inning. Interesting to hear Mookie talk about that with Gary, that the walk is coveted for him. It's not something he does regularly, but as he matures as a hitter, you got to believe he's going to walk more and more. On the other hand, you love to see him swing the bat and drive in runs. He has 11 RBIs right now. Can you expect 15 RBIs a month out of Mookie Betts? That would be 90 for the season.
I don't see any reason why not, just because of his power and his extra base threat as a hitter. He's not a prototypical leadoff guy. He goes up there swinging the bat and looking to drive the ball in the gaps.
68 extra base hits last year. He takes a ball away.
Notice with 2 strikes, they move Forsythe back to the second base side of second base. They had him in the shift position till 2 strikes. But he has now moved back to the other side. Again, 2 strikes, more defensive swing.
Would not offer. Good take there.
That's a very rare slider that he threw right there away from Mookie Betts. You see the breaking ball just missing the outside part of the plate, and a good take by Betts.
Now, Jerry, you let off all the time, and the more leadoff guys I talk to, they say, look, it's hard for me to walk. I'm going to work counts, but they're throwing me strikes. They don't want to walk me. They're going to challenge me more than any other hitter. They're going to make me swing the bat, so I have to swing the bat.
Look, I hit in front of guys like Yastrzemski, Rice, Evans, Fisk. You think they wanted to walk me? No way. They were throwing me fastballs. And if I get on, I get on, but they were not going to walk me. And I used to get criticized for not walking enough, but I said, if you're hitting in front of this lineup, who's going to walk it?
Line foul quickly into the stands.
And I think that's such a legitimate point, because everyone says, oh, leadoff guy, he's supposed to work the count, he's supposed to get his walks. It's like the second thing they say about a leadoff guy. It's the hardest thing to do as a leadoff guy, is to get a walk. And you look at Mookie, he's got 3 of them, 2 of them came last night.
I like seeing him swing the bat.
Oh, yeah.
384 at home his last 24 games, but now he'll take a seat. He's caught looking, 1 away.
Well, that's a good pitch, because, you know, with a couple of strikes, most hitters are looking out over the plate trying to protect the whole plate. So what does he do? He buzzes him inside with the fastball. With 2 strikes, Betts probably looking to cover the whole plate, and he got surprised by a pitch that he usually drives very hard, but he took that one.
Dustin Pedroia belted a 2-run homer to the monster seats, his first of the year in the first inning. His do tend to come in bunches. The 0-1. Now 0-2, back to that cut.
Well, again, that ball in, and Dustin, very similar to Mookie. He likes to pitch in. He likes it elevated about belt high, and that's when he generally drives the ball very hard to the pull side.
Xander Bogaerts on deck, and a ground ball to the right side, through for a base hit past the diving Forsythe. So Petey's 2 for 2. And the Sox with a base runner. Red Sox season ticket holders experience the best seats, price, and benefits that Fenway has to offer. For information on becoming a season ticket holder, just visit redsox.com/season tickets or call 877 Red Sox 9 today. A lot of kids in the ballpark today.
That's great to see.
It is, and a lot of folks who have snuck out of the office.
Those are kids too.
Xander with a double and a run in the first.
You know, guys, I can't remember a pitcher who's predominantly a four-seam fastball guy. I mean, nobody does that unless they're trying to go upstairs to get strikeouts. They're all cutting the ball. They're trying to sink the ball. This guy is a four-seam true fastball with a changeup right behind it.
Xander, after coming out of the game last night, went in and got some treatment. He was examined and then came back out, and I thought it was a great lift for his teammates to see him come back out and smiling with that great smile of his. And I think everybody took a deep breath and were relieved to know that he was going to be all right.
Well, he came to the ballpark this morning very early, and he said he was okay, but Farrell did not put him in the lineup until he went to get treatment, and he went out to the field to take some extra work to make sure that he was okay. He came back in, he said he was fine, and that's when they put him in the lineup.
Down to the dirt, and he takes ball 4. Red Sox looking to add some more here in the second inning. Already ahead 5-1 over Tampa Bay. And Big Poppy approaching. David hit a wicked hooking line drive to the warning track in right field. His first at bat that Souza made a magnificent play on. That was highway robbery.
And you can see that Souza plays him very, very close to the right field line anyway. Plays on the pole. Obviously, David can't pull the ball down there.
Pedroia at second, Bogaerts at first. And one away as David takes a ball. Back to that play.
Well, on contact, it looked like this ball was going to be well over the head of Steven Souza Jr., but he got a great jump on that ball and completely stretched out. He makes the leap, perfect timing on it, and kept that ball out of the corner. That was a very nice play.
Now that may have settled down, bounced on the warning track, and gone into the stands, but that's never a given here. You never know what kind of crazy bounce it's going to take. It can get underneath that wall and just keep rolling to the bullpen at 380 mark.
That would have been fun to watch. Big Poppy.
You think David would have been thrilled?
Only after he got to third.
David's got a great sense of humor about being 40.
Yeah, this defense they've got set up right now. You've got Tim Beckham over on the right side, and he's going to be responsible. If there's an accident ground ball to Longoria, he's going to be the pivot man. He's going to become a second baseman.
Check swing and a strike.
See where he's set up. He's normally the shortstop, but this time on the second base side. So any accident that goes Longoria's direction, he's going to make sure he covers.
David wound up, but just got a piece of it. 2-2.
And Jerry, you know that's not the easiest thing to do. If you're a big league shortstop, you play shortstop. I mean, a lot of middle infielders mess around. They'll go to the other side of the diamond. But when it's for real, and you have to turn a double play with your back to the play like second basemen do, it's quite a bit different for a guy who normally plays short.
Yeah, that shortstop's usually coming across the bag and has the runner in front of him, so at least he can see him. You can't see him at second base.
3 balls, 2 strikes. David with 3 RBIs last night to bring his career total to 1,654, and he passed the Hall of Famer Tony Perez for sole possession at 29th place.
Unbelievable.
Here comes the 3-2 pitch. The runners go, and it's a hot shot, snagged there on a bounce by the first baseman Pierce. The runners will advance to second and third. And the question is, now they're going to say
he thought he caught it.
That he caught it. Here comes the manager, Cash.
Well, if he caught it, it should be a double play. I mean, if he caught it, he tagged first base too, so it should be a double play.
Yeah, they're coming off the diamond. And that is the call.
Yeah.
And Chad Fairchild is finally letting us know.
I don't think he caught it. Why would he run to first base and make the play over there if he thought he caught it?
Because he was going to double up the guy. That's why he had the runner going to second base, as you can see. And so he says, well, I've caught this ball. I'm just going to run over here, tag first, and I've got the double play, and the inning's over.
And now John Farrell wants an explanation. It was not an immediate call by Fairchild. The runners were off and running with the swing anyway. And John is satisfied with the explanation, I guess. Now he's heading out to Fairchild here at first base. So we'll keep it right here.
Now this is interesting, isn't it? It's hard to tell.
Ooh.
You know, from that angle, I can't tell if it hit the dirt.
It looked like it bounced to me.
I think it bounced too, but maybe just because I wanted it to bounce. But it does look like it skips into the webbing there a little bit.
Well, if that's the case, then they've got a second and third situation with 2 outs. If he catches it, they're out of the inning, and they're going to have to take a look at this. And so far, from the angles we've got to see, I don't know. I really don't know.
I believe the ruling is, however, on challenges, this play can't be challenged. An outfield trap play can, not an infield trap play. So in terms of the umpires might be able to take a look at it if they concur, or they can change the call depending on if one of them saw this differently than Fairchild.
That's exactly what they're discussing right now in the middle of the infield.
They're having a long discussion out there between themselves before they make a decision on whether or not they're even going to look at it.
And really, basically, what they're saying is, you know, did anybody see that?
That's exactly
correctly?
What it is.
I mean,
yeah.
you know, did anybody see anything different than what I just called?
And the tough part with getting together on that, which I love the fact that these guys will get together and try to see if anybody saw anything differently. There you see the spot shadow there in the ball. That one's.
Well, if they uphold the call by Fairchild, it's a double play that ends the inning.
That is, you know, and we think about it, Ortiz today has hit 2 bullets and both have been outs.
Yeah. And here's one of the reasons why, you know, I'm just not a big fan of replay anyway. Number one, it's taken forever. Number two, we can, all 3 of us, look at that replay and all 3 of us have a different opinion of what we think we saw.
I thought with the naked eye it appeared to kick up just a little dirt as if he had scooped it at first base. But Jerry, what did you think?
I'll take the other side of that. I thought he caught it.
Yeah, I thought it skipped into his glove as well.
See, that looks
so
like a
hard
skip
to tell.
Me. And now it looks like they are going to overturn the call. They are going to call it a skip
Cash
to first base. And here comes Cash. And this is going to take a little longer. But that means that both Pedroia and Bogaerts are going to be safe. And they'll go back to second and third.
So you are correct.
Cash, of course, begs to differ. So they got together. I think they got the call right and they did this properly. Yes, it took a while. It's not a reviewable play. Apparently at least 1 or 2 of the other umpires saw it differently, and they're allowed to do that and change their mind here.
I want to see what Pierce says, how vehemently he argues. He's the one that was making the play over there. If he really caught it, you'd think he might be a little upset.
Well, he acted like he did, didn't he, when he made the play? I mean, he went right to first base for the double play, but man, that is a real tough one. And they all got together, they got everybody's opinion on it, and came up with the decision that it was not a catch.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, Jerry, he did go right to first, but I was thinking at the time that maybe he thought because the runners were in motion that he didn't have a play at second, and his only place was to take the out at first.
That's certainly a possibility.
Is there a little scar in the dirt right behind the ball after it skips into his glove, just like it hit the dirt there?
I would say yes.
Well, you know, one thing umpires used to do sometime, and it was before replay and all that, they used to take a look at the baseball. And they look at the baseball, and if they saw dirt on it, you know, a smudge mark, they'd say, yeah, well, it hit the dirt. Anyway, it opens up an opportunity because Cash is going back to the dugout. Looks like this is the way it's going to stay. It's going to be a second and third with 2 outs, and looks like Hanley's going to get an at bat. So,
yep.
And what's the ruling now as far as warm-up pitches when the guy comes back out? He went and sat down. It's taken at least 5 minutes. He's out there throwing warm-up pitches.
Sure.
It's like the beginning of another inning.
Yeah, they're probably giving him 8 throws.
Again, the rule on replay is yes, trap plays can be challenged, but only in the outfield, not on the infield.
Why the distinction, you think?
It's a good question. That is completely umpire discretion.
Because there's one we just saw.
The only thing I can think of is maybe because it's tougher for the umpires to make a call in the outfield than it is in the infield. They're all close to the infield, so maybe that's the reason. I don't know.
I thought this was pretty darn tough.
Yeah, that was tough.
And when you think about it, with guys on base too, the other umpires have other responsibilities. Not all of them are watching the ball when the play is hit. They have, third base umpires worried about the guy stealing third base. He's got to be on top of that play to make a call if there's a throw and the ball doesn't get hit.
A golden chance for the Red Sox to capitalize. There are 2 out now as David Ortiz is put down at first base. Hanley with an RBI single high off the wall, which he may have thought was foul or gone, and wound up with a single on it. But a base hit would mean 2 more. And we'll see how sharp Odorizzi is after that long wait as they discuss the call at first base.
I'll tell you what, a base hit out of Hanley right now, even though it's the second inning, could put a dagger in this Tampa team here. They don't score very many runs. They're up against the ace of the Red Sox, and they'd be down big time early.
Check swing roller could be trouble. Odorizzi with a slide, bounces up, throws. What a play!
Well, you may see another challenge right here.
And John Farrell is out.
This inning may never end.
Odorizzi with a very athletic play on the slide and the throw. We'll take a look when we come back. Break. John Farrell challenged the call at first base on Hanley Ramirez right at the bag. Take a look at how close this is.
Well, the old saying used to be a tie goes to the runner. Now, I never believed that. But the fact is, if that's not a tie, I don't think I've ever seen one.
I'm with you.
And you know what? I believe that this will be inconclusive because it's so close you can't tell. And I think whatever call they made on the field will stand.
I agree because it's so close at first base. It really is.
They called him out, and they're probably right. And had they called him safe, they probably would have been right. Flip a coin on that one.
It's 90 feet, right?
Awesome.
Perfect distance.
But, Jerry, this is not the way you and I played baseball. We cannot end this inning.
It's amazing. I mean, it's I tell you what, I give Hanley a lot of credit for hustling down the line there too. I mean, he could smell the possibility of a base hit because there was a little dribble down the third base line, and he was getting down there pretty good.
And an RBI.
Yep.
So another review. This has been one wild inning.
Look at that up on the scoreboard there. Just wow.
That's as close as it gets. Well, here they come.
This is going to be inconclusive, I bet, and they'll call him out.
Yes. He is out, and that finally retires the side. The inning is over, Steve, believe it or not.
Moving along.
At the end of 2 as we go to break. 5-1 Red Sox. Boston is brought to you by your New England Audi dealers. By T-Mobile, get Major League coverage. T-Mobile has doubled its 4G LTE in the past year. And by buyatoyota.com, Toyota's website for deals. Steve Lyons, Dave O'Brien, and Jerry Remy with you back at Fenway on a glorious day. Red Sox leading it 5-1 in a game that has already had a little bit of everything. Had a couple of challenges, a couple of spectacular plays defensively. Mookie Betts getting off to another good start. Dustin Pedroia with a home run.
And one thing that goes a little bit overlooked on that last play was the play by Odorizzi. I mean, what a terrific play he made to get Ramirez at first base.
Really did.
Tremendous.
Sliding stab and then jumped up to make the throw. And just beating, according to the umpires anyway, Hanley Ramirez at first base. So another long sit for David Price. He's had a couple of those. Geyer was hit by a pitch first time, and that's up and away for a ball.
First time he was okay with it. They gave him 5 runs. This time, nothing.
He pounds that one in there. Geyer, a former minor league player of the year for the Cubs. He was acquired for Matt Garza in 2011. It's a trickler charging in Shaw. Bare hand, the throw. Wow, that's beautifully done. That's textbook. Boy, the more you see of him at third base, the more you like him.
To me, he had a couple of options here. He could have gone with the glove, but he decides to go with the bare hand off to his right and throws a strike to Hanley over at first base. I thought he could have probably used the glove also and still had time, but he elects the bare hand and is able to get the job done.
He's so good barehanding the ball because his hands are so big. That's an extremely difficult play.
Longoria with a strike.
Jerry, again, the way we're taught, if you go at it with your glove, you can round it off better and keep your momentum going towards first base. If you barehand it, you almost have to go away from the play a little bit to pick up the ball and then cross over your body to make the throw.
Very high and very deep left center. Jackie back turning now, and that ball is going to get out of here. Longoria against his former roommate to one of the deepest parts of Fenway Park. And that'll make it 5-2.
Now that is the first hit that Longoria has ever had against his former teammate. He was 0 for 10 prior to that at bat, and his first hit is going to be the home run. Trying to get ahead with the fastball. Fastball right down the middle on the sweet spot and up into the monster seats for the home run. Jackie Bradley just running out of real estate.
And skipped on out. Here's Steve Pearce. He has an RBI single today. So 5-2 Red Sox here in the third.
That ball was hit a long way.
It sure was. Third home run of the season for Longoria. Longoria, by the way, now 51 home runs in his career against the Sox and the Yankees combined. And Vasquez would like to hand deliver this baseball. DraftKings is the official one-day fantasy baseball partner of the Boston Red Sox. Experience the thrill of playing on DraftKings now. Play free daily using the promo code NESSN at DraftKings.com. That has to be a strange feeling for both Price and Longoria, though, when they square off against each other, knowing each other so well. They're great friends. They room together. So what do you think goes on there? That Price doesn't even look at him? He doesn't look him in the face?
Yeah, it is a strange feeling. You know, I've been traded, and I remember the first couple of times that I faced my former teammates, and it's just weird, you know, and especially when you're facing a pitcher, a guy that you were friendly with. Just a strange feeling, but I think, you know, after a couple of bats, you get used to it. Say it's war. I mean, it's time to go.
But you just block him out like he's not there?
I think it's almost impossible to do. I mean, you have so many thoughts in your head when you go to the plate about what you're trying to do, but when you're trying to do it against somebody you know, those thoughts are just in your mind. They have to be.
3-1 foul tipped into the mid of Vasquez. His Price's reaction on the home run by his good friend.
Wasn't quite sure right away whether it was going to make it or not.
That's an impressed smile. That's what that is. The 3-2. And he left it outside and walks Pierce. Well, don't miss WB Mason Extra Innings Live right after the game. TC and Jim Rice will bring you clubhouse reaction from John Farrell. They'll break down David Price's start, whatever, whenever, wherever, who but WB Mason. You need to tune this in just to get a look at Jim Rice's shirt today.
Wow.
Which is a work of art.
It is really something. Pink collar, pink tie, pink cuffs. I mean, wow.
That's exactly what I said when I saw Jim on the set. Wow. Jennings struck out in the first inning.
In a vest. In a vest.
Rocking a vest as well.
Yeah.
Pink?
No, that was black. But it offset the pink beautifully. The 1-0. And I would bet you almost any amount of money, and I don't know this is true, but I'll bet you both of you do, that when he's on the golf course, he looks just as good.
You know, I've only seen him on a golf course one time, and Jim's very stylish. He always has been. He was stylish as a player, he's stylish now. I mean, you know, he's got that swagger.
Panache. He did not choose the gray suit today.
No. I'll tell you, Jim on the golf course is a little more conservative because I think he lets his game talk for itself there.
I've heard those
when
stories.
He plays some golf.
I have heard those stories. That hand-eye coordination. And oh, by the way, the ability to hit it about 400 yards.
He hits the ball farther than you can see it land. And then the game should not, you shouldn't be able to do that.
Snap toss in the back pick and not in time to get Pierce. But of course, Tampa Bay very aware. Vasquez back there.
Well, that's one of the things you're alerted to as a base runner prior to a series. You know, when you're talking about the opposing catches, you know, one thing that has to come up is the foot speed and the quickness of Christian Vasquez. I mean, he's as quick as they come with his feet to get in position to make a throw to a base.
Sox ahead 5-2. Runner at first for the Rays, one down. Jennings stays away.
You talk about the players feeling pressure when you're facing a guy like Vasquez. The first base coach feels more pressure than anybody because it's his job to continually alert the guys on first base that he may throw down there, because it's easy to forget. You have the meetings, but then you get down there, you're so happy that you just got a base hit. Next thing you know, Vasquez is picking you off.
Here's the 3-2 to Jennings. He tags that one left center field, but there's Jackie Bradley to put it away. 2 down.
You know, Price right now isn't quite there. You know, a lot of pitches have been left up in the zone. That pitch was high right there, and I think the long innings have not allowed him to get into a flow yet in this game.
Batter will be Souza, who struck out his first time up and has also made a standout defensive play. Right hand hitter with 3 home runs and pops a foul out of play for strike 1.
Souza made headlines about a week ago when he fouled a ball off down at Tampa Bay, and it went through a little opening in the new netting that all the major league ballparks have. Hit an elderly woman above the eye, broke some orbital bones, and kind of a nice story has come out of it because he has stayed in contact with the woman. He visited her in the hospital. He checks in on her.
Very classy.
He was very shaken up by it.
Mindful of what Stephen Wright did the other day when he hit Colabello on the helmet. and the next day sent over a very expensive bottle of something just to say I'm sorry. And then Colabello passed a message back to Stephen Wright to say thank you through David Price, because Colabello and Price were teammates at Toronto last year. In there and got him looking. So Longoria homers against his old mate, 5-2 in the third. Moment honoring the 1986 Red Sox season. In their 15th game in 1986, the Red Sox would lose to the Tigers 3-1, but Jim Rice was at it again, doubled and scored the Sox only run, and looked magnificent doing it.
I was watching him do it from the dugout.
Pretty good vantage point. Now Travis Shaw will lead things off here in the last half of the third inning. Red Sox ahead 5-2. Trying to win this series and go on the road with a winning record, heading for Houston and Atlanta. Two teams off to slow starts. Travis not only with a double, he stole home. Awarded a stolen base on a double steal by the Red Sox in the first inning.
And it wasn't supposed to be a steal at all. It was supposed to be a hit and run play. Ended up being a double steal for the Red Sox.
Vasquez threw the bat at the pitch on the hit and run, did not make contact, and the catcher Casale fired a throw into the outfield.
That's why I'm kind of questioning that stolen base. Didn't he come home after the ball got into the outfield?
Oh, don't question it, Steve. Swinging a shot high to left field. Geyer on the move though, and some room on the warning track to make the play. It might be the only steal of home he gets in his career. So
there's the play we're talking about right there, and you can see as soon as the throw was made, that's when the runner at third did take off. So I think it probably is the correct call that they give him the stolen base and the double steal.
I think so too. You're right about that. He took off.
Now if you say that to Travis, he'll say I'm going to have about 14 15 of those, so you know, don't worry about it.
I think he'll steal his share.
He's a good base runner. There's
Decent
another one of Brock Holt. Yeah, he does. I mean, for a big guy, he runs well.
And I think everyone looks at him. He's a big guy. He's not going anywhere. So I think he can steal you maybe 10 a year when people just don't pay attention to him. Home might not be one of those for the rest of the season.
You don't necessarily think Jackie Robinson when you're thinking about Travis, but he's a smart base runner. You can pick him up and put him down. For me, a little bit like Albert Pujols. He's going to be sneaky.
Yeah.
Brock a base hit, a stolen base, an RBI. He's also made a couple of really nice plays off the wall. And won't chase it. What a day here at Fenway. Just gorgeous. Foul away. MLB.TV Premium, everything you've come to expect and more. You can watch every out-of-market game of all 30 teams in true high def. Visit MLB.TV for details.
Well, B, I love what you just said about Brock Holt. Base hit, an RBI, and a stolen base, and a couple of great plays out in the field. Isn't that every day?
Pretty much. He tags it to center. Kiermaier there. 2 down. Did you know NESN is on Instagram? Be sure to follow us to keep up with all the things Red Sox this season. Visit Instagram.com/NESN and follow now. Alcina Vasquez. I asked a member of the coaching staff this morning how much credit Christian Vasquez deserves for the team's 3-1 record when he catches, and he said a lot. The Molina-like leadership, presentation, the energy, the ability to see the game within the game.
Yeah, and the pace he keeps also, I think, is very positive for the pitchers. You know, he goes out to the mound. He doesn't spend a lot of time out there. He'll just make his point, go back. Likes to give signs in a hurry. Likes to move the game along, and I think that puts the pitchers in a good rhythm. You know, as they get into the course of the game.
The two things I like most about him is his conviction, the way he makes a call of a pitch as if there is no other answer. This is the answer. Throw this ball. This is what we want to do. And the way he squares himself up behind the plate. I think a lot of the reasons why he does steal pitches for the pitchers is that he's square. He might be sitting off the plate, but he's square to the pitcher, and he's going to catch it right in the middle of where he is, and everything looks better.
Pretty good job fouling off that breaking ball right there too. That ball down and away off the plate and able to reach out almost like the hit and run attempt, but this time makes contact and fouls it off.
Of course, he also has that stop sign he puts up with that cannon. He's down 2 strikes. 0 for 1 today. He checked there to pitch up and in.
Talked about that throwing out too, Dave, and that's going to get even stronger as time goes on. Remember, this guy had Tommy John surgery, and you know it's not completely back to 100% strength-wise yet.
The Sox believe 90 to 95% at this point. He spoils another one. A second game in a row. The Red Sox got off to an excellent start with the bats, scoring 5 runs in the first inning.
Now TC and Eck and I and Jim and Wake, we've talked so much about Vasquez, about there are very few defensive players out there that change the way the game's played, and Pudge Rodriguez was one of them.
Swing and a miss, and down he goes. Casale will have to throw to get him. That completes the strikeout. The Red Sox go 1-2-3 after 3, 5-2 Boston. Red Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, Steve Lyons with you on this beautiful day at the ballpark, top half of the fourth inning. And Tim Beckham will lead things off against David Price. Kind of an odd outing so far for the left-hander, who has not been razor sharp, but he has struck out the last batter he's faced in all 3 innings. He gets in front on Beckham, who whiffed in the second inning. Beckham, a man of many positions. Last year he started games at short, second, third, DH, third base. Hit 9 home runs, so he has some power. Behind the bag is Shaw. Lengthy throw and a good arm. 1 man gone.
What a very quick release by Travis Shaw. You can see this ball take him right to the foul line, and watch how quickly he gets rid of this. He has to back up, and the transfer from the glove to the throwing hand was very, very quick. When you see infielders back up, it usually means trouble, but not that time for Travis Shaw, as he really gets on top of it and throws a dart to first base to get the out. Price loves it.
He's got a gun over there too, very underrated, and I think that'll change very quickly. Word's going to get around that he's really got some good tools over there playing third base. Always makes an accurate throw.
Kiermaier takes a pitch outside for ball 1. He homered off of Price last September 26th in Toronto. Also doubled off him in the same game, so the lefty will be careful. And he's gone to 2-0. Since last August 1st, Price is 11-1 with a 2.73 ERA. 2-0 this season. That's a ball inside it, barely missed. Cole Hamels and Dallas Keuchel, who the Red Sox will not see in Houston, right behind him. And that is ball 4. That was on 4 straight. Saturday morning at 9 on Dining Playbook, Billy and Jenny visit some local restaurants that have been nominated for the James Beard Award. See which Boston eateries are being acknowledged for their excellent cuisine. Dining Playbook on NESN, driven by your New England Chevy dealers.
Yeah, there were 2 pitches right there, Dave, that the Price wanted. I mean, he thought we had 1 high strike, and he thought he had that last pitch as a strike, and he became a little frustrated after not getting the call. So now he's got to compose himself and get back to attacking the hitters. But a couple that could have gone his way did not.
Pop foul on a play by Casali, who's 1 for 1.
Take a look at the 2 pitches I'm talking about. The first one is going to be up and at the top of the strike zone. He thought he could have had that one. As you see his arms drop to the side on this last pitch is pretty nasty. Fastball on the outside part of the play. You see Vasquez pull it up a little bit. But 2 pitches that were borderline that Price thought he could have had.
Kiermaier runs well. Sox ahead 5-2 in the 4th. That'll be inside for a ball.
You know, Jerry, and I think that the complaint that Price would have in that situation is you got to give me one or the other. If you're not going to give me the high strike, then I got to get the low one.
And he didn't get inside. He didn't get outside either.
You don't see this as much as you did years ago, but when the inning ends, oftentimes you used to see the starting pitcher, if he had a beef, approach the umpire. But he'd do it when the inning was over. The smart guys like Greg Maddux and Tom Glavine, just as they cross the line, they may ask for a quick conversation like, you know, how about one or the other?
Exactly. You know, I've heard some of those conversations, and it's basically, okay, now, you know, just is that where your zone's going to be today? I mean, right. Is that, you know, it's not a rip job by any means. It's just a question, you know, if that's not going to be a strike, okay, I know.
A little bounding ball, but foul to first base.
You have to make sure you do that without any angst in your voice too, because you don't want a confrontational conversation there, more a clarification. did you miss that one, or is that not going to be a strike for me today?
Right. James, was that you or me?
It's never you. It's always me.
That's also the same way catches have to approach the umpire too. They can't, unless they're really upset through the course of a game, get in the umpire's face. They've got to gracefully tap their way through what they say also.
1 out, 1 on. Red Sox with a 3-run lead, and Price to first.
The last thing you want as a catcher is to come to the plate with a bat in your hands and have the umpire look at you and say, this is the guy that's chewing on me all the time when he's behind the plate. Let's see how he likes these calls.
When everybody knows who those catchers are, the guys like A.J. Pierzynski, who, just couldn't bite his tongue sometimes. There's a high deep drive hook to left field. That is a chance, and indeed it's gone. Casali knocks it out of here for a 2-run homer, and suddenly the Red Sox lead is down to 1.
Now, right now, for me, David Price is having a difficult time getting the ball down consistently. You'll see this fastball right here. It's going to stay up in the zone just above the thigh and over the heart of the plate. Casali hooks out of the ballpark. His second hit of the day, a single back in the second inning. Now this for a 2-run home run. And I just think to this point it's been tough for David to get the ball down in the strike zone consistently.
I think Casali can't believe he got the same pitch to hit again. A middle in fastball again. He did it. Hit one off the wall the first time he saw that. He's just kind of ambushing those fastballs.
Yeah, second home run. Price is allowed. This is a trickler. Price has to fire this one on the move and is not going to get him. So Forsythe is aboard. That's 3 consecutive base runners against the Red Sox ace.
And nobody was going to get him at first base. If Price lets that go, I don't think Shaw has a chance at him either. That's very similar to the tap that Hanley Ramirez had down that third base line, but you can see he tries to spin around. Travis Shaw's not going to get there because he was playing deep. So the base hit for Forsythe is second of the day.
He's 2 for 3. Only one man out. Brandon Guyer has been hit by a pitch and grounded to third. So this is a 5-4 ball game. It was very comfortable leading into this inning. Not so much now. Guyer, .316 hitter with 1 home run. He looks at a strike.
A little different look that time. He goes to the cut fastball to get ahead to the outside part of the plate.
Price with pitch number 78. That's pop foul. That'll make the stands to the right. Ace Ticket is Boston's trusted source for Red Sox tickets with the best seats at the lowest prices, all with a 200% guarantee. Treat yourself or someone special by visiting aceticket.com or by calling 1-800-MY-SEATS. Big crowd on a sunny day. And 2 strikes on Guyer. Just a little high to make it 1-2.
Talked about being high, but that time that was by design. They wanted the fastball up there. See if Guyer would chase it. He did not.
Longoria, who blasted a home run against his old friend in the 3rd inning, is on deck. And that one ran in and got him. He's been hit by a pitch twice in this game, and he's in some pain. And immediately cashes out with the trainer.
Now, if I'm Price, I'm a little more upset about this one. We talked about it before that Guyer didn't really try to get out of the way of a ball that hit him on the thigh, and it was a cut fastball. This one, he's literally leaning out over the plate.
Price in a little disbelief.
Yeah, watch the location right here, as you can see, and see the elbow come down. I mean, we've seen that a couple of times today.
I mean, he's hanging out over the plate getting hit right there.
I mean, the first time up, Guyer gets hit. right on the hip, okay? It didn't really make an effort to get out of the way. Tough pitch to get out of the way. I understand that. But this one, the arms never really move. And David Price can't believe it.
Reminds you a little bit of the way Don Baylor used to kind of lean into a ball and get hit.
And he did it really well.
Better than anybody else.
And Price kind of scratching his head. You know what he said? We slowed it down right over the plate is what David Price was saying.
Yeah, I mean, you're leaning out over the plate and the ball hits you right there. It's like almost a strike.
Well, Jerry, you picked it up first time he got hit, making no effort. So here's trouble. Here's Longoria again, and he'll take a strike. He's flied out and belted a long home run up and over the 379 mark into the monster seats, and then skipped completely out of Fenway. The whole tone of this game has changed dramatically in the last couple of innings. Forsythe and Geyer aboard with one away. There's a rocket punch deep to left field. That's going to skip right into the AL East standings. Another run is hit, bobbled out there by Holt. Is sending the second runner. Geyer trying to score, and he will touch home plate. So a rare mistake out there because they were not going to send that trail runner.
You're exactly right, Dave. In the rush, you know, to get the ball in, the ball just bounces out of the glove of Holt as he goes to make the throw. That's a changeup that time, and you see Holt playing it off the wall. Now, one run's definitely going to score, but when he can't catch the ball, that's when they wave in the second run. That ball bouncing straight up in the air, and Holt, the over-the-shoulder attempt to try to catch that, goes off the heel of his glove, and that allows another run to come in. So this game is just turned around completely.
Tampa Bay now in front 6-5. And the Red Sox have an active bullpen. Here's Steve Pearce, who has not been retired, a single and a walk. And Longoria down to second base. The Red Sox had a 5-1 lead in this game. Now they're down by 1. And it's only the 4th inning. High pop up. Maybe a play here for Vasquez. He has room and puts it away. A little snow cone, but he hangs on.
You know, I've talked about Price having a difficult time getting the ball down. Well, here's Longoria. It's a changeup, but look where it stays. It stays about just above the knees, and that's not where Price wants it. He wants it at the knees or lower. And I just think consistently from the first inning, he just had a tough time keeping the ball down in the zone today. And that pitch to Longoria was a pretty good example of that on the changeup.
Matt Barnes getting going. 4 runs here in the 4th inning for Tampa Bay. Brings up Jennings, who has struck out and lined out.
On that play in left field too, we talked so much about Brock Holt in glowing terms of how well he plays defense, but that was a little bit of a sign of his inexperience in left. He didn't have to hurry anything. 1 run was going to score. The guy from first was easily going to get to third, but he wasn't going anywhere else. And you're not throwing Longoria out at second. All you had to do was retrieve the ball and get it back in. And he hurried for some reason, and it cost him another run.
He's charged with an error.
I think what happened to him on that play is he got trapped because the ball kind of took a weird bounce off the wall, a high bounce, and then it kind of spun him around, and he had to catch the ball over his shoulder. It was just kind of a strange play all the way around.
Been a tough day for the ace. The 0-1. 1 ball and 1 strike on Jennings. David Price's pitching line is brought to you by Ace Ticket. 3 2/3, 7 hits, 5 earned.
As you talked about before, OB, this is a team, the Tampa Bay Rays, that have scored the fewest amount of runs in the American League. They've also given up the fewest amount because they have outstanding pitching. You could not imagine that they'd throw 6 runs up so far in the 4th inning against one of the best pitchers that pitches in the American League East.
Count is 2-1, and a high fly ball left field again. Holt all the way to the wall. Can't get it. Slamming into the wall. Another run is in. And down to second, Jennings with an RBI double.
Well, this just isn't a day for David Price. I mean, things have not gone his way at all. And here comes John Farrell out of the dugout.
He gives up 7 runs and will not make it through the 4th inning. So Tampa Bay in front now 7-5. This call to the bullpen is brought to you by Kia, and suddenly the Red Sox are looking up at the Rays. Download the Red Sox schedule directly into your favorite calendar program. Just visit NESN.com/schedule and download today. What a strange effort for the ace of the staff, who only goes 3 2/3 despite a 5-1 lead.
Now that is surprising, you know, for a guy like David Price. When you get that kind of a lead, he's accustomed to holding on to it, but it just never seemed to flow from the first inning for me. Anyway, today for David Price, I mean, I thought a lot of his pitches were up in the zone. He had a couple of hit batters. There really wasn't much of an attempt to get out of the way, which didn't help him at all. But that not a typical Price performance at all.
Yeah, he also got hit. 7 runs so far against him. A runner at second belongs to him.
That's exactly what Jerry was saying. I was surprised that we didn't see more changeups out of him, but then we did see that changeup to Longoria, and it got hammered because he didn't get it down in the zone. And just what Jerry was saying, everything was up and out over the middle of the plate. Didn't hit too many corners today.
Matt Barnes on out of the bullpen trying to close out the inning. This is the 9th man to hit for Tampa Bay in the 4th. Steven Souza, he takes a strike. Got to admit, it's a good day to swing the bat.
Now, comfortable conditions, you know, for the first time really in this series. It's been cold and very comfortable today at Fenway. Nice and warm, slight breeze blowing out towards center field.
Souza has struck out twice. Last time looking, tried to hold up, and he did.
Well, the silver lining here is that Red Sox still have plenty of opportunities to swing the bat. They're only down 2.
Jennings at second with 2 away. Looper past first base down the line. That'll go off into the seats.
I think Jennings wanted to go on that pitch because he had Barnes timed at second base. Now, if it's 2 outs, you got to make sure you can stand up at third base. But we mention often how important it is here at Fenway, especially to get third base if you can. Now, see, I was trying to time him right there, and then right at the last second, he just stopped. But I think he could have walked into third base. Because with 2 outs, the infield is playing very deep, as they should be.
Barnes has faced this hitter 3 times in his career. He struck him out all 3 times. And trying to fan Souza again to end what's been a long top of the fourth inning for the Red Sox staff. Inside, that one barely missed.
Jerry, in so many ballparks, if you're on second base with 2 outs, you're in scoring position. People will say hold still. You're going to score on a base hit to left field anyway with 2 outs, but not necessarily so here in Fenway Park.
No.
Sharp base hit to left field. It's not automatic. You're scoring from second base.
I agree. I always felt that any chance you got to go to third, but you have to be able to make it standing up. You should take it.
You mean you can't get thrown out trying to steal third base with Wade Boggs up at the plate one time that I
I think I remember that.
I'm sure you do. Everyone reminds me.
Barnes with a 2-2 home.
I think Boggs was only hitting like 403 at the time. Wasn't that big a deal?
It's always good to go at second base when you get a lousy hitter up there like Boggs.
Yeah. I wanted him to be able to lead off the next inning. Actually, that ended the game.
Sox will have due up in the bottom of the inning. Jackie Bradley, Mookie Betts, and Dustin Pedroia. Beatty's blasted a home run in this one. A long way to go here today. The 2-2. Ground ball, and that one gets by. Hanley into right. Here comes Jennings around, and he will score. Make it 8-5 Tampa Bay, and they've scored 6 times in this inning.
Now that ball hit pretty hard too by Souza. You can see that Ramirez goes to the backhand, but this ball looked to me, you see the hop off the grass took it right over the glove of Hanley. Hanley was getting ready to dive for the ball and at least try to knock it down, but watch that right there. And the glove was not low, it was high, so he had to try to go back down to make the play, and by then it was too late.
Yeah, will be an error. That's his first. And the inning continues. And here comes the 10th man to bat. Tim Beckham. He started this inning with a routine ground out. 2 balls, 2 men out, and it's a cut and a miss.
That's one of the things that Hanley will learn with experience too. When he was a shortstop, he didn't have the luxury of time. At first base, you do. You can back up on a play like that. It looked like he got caught in between and kind of went down to his knees and let the ball play him a little bit. It was an ugly hop, but he might have been able to make it better if he just kind of drop stepped a little bit and gave himself more time to make that play.
And a dive back. David Price knocked out in this inning.
Shocking.
And a 3-run lead for Tampa Bay. They've been so run starved, but not today.
Now this is certainly not the type of ball game you expected today. I mean, an 8-5 game here in the 4th inning. I mean, with no way did you expect that score.
Heading into the 2nd inning, you'd bet the house that the game was virtually over. 5-1 Red Sox after 1.
1-1 pitch right through there. Souza with the lead at first base, 2 away. And a 1-2 to Beckham with the runner going, and it is waved at and missed despite the throw down to second base. That is a strikeout to finally retire the side, but not before Tampa Bay gets 6 and they lead it 8-5. Sox baseball on NESN is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Transparency, low fares, nothing to hide. By high quality Scion vehicles by Toyota. And by Digital Federal Credit Union. See what DCU can save you. Well, this one has been turned on its head. Tampa Bay has just scored 6 times to lead it 8-5. And with David Price on the mound, he is on the mound no longer after being knocked away by Tampa Bay, his old team. So let's see what the Sox could do with Odorizzi here with Bradley, Betts, and Pedroia due up. Sox got 5 runs in the first inning, but have not scored in the last 2 frames. Jackie struck out in the first. You just feel it's important for the Red Sox to at least get another run, get back into that run column here right away after that.
Yeah, get some momentum change in this game because it's been all Tampa, you know, the last couple of innings. So try to get something going offensively, get a point on the board, see what happens.
2-0. Red Sox starters had been so good over the last 7 games, posting a .279 ERA and a 4-1 record. That lowered the staff's ERA from 7.32 to 4.96. Going in the wrong direction today.
Well, he talked about how well Odorizzi can pitch without a lead. Let's see how he likes pitching with one.
Little bounty ball to first base. Pierce is right there. He taps the bag for the out. Stay tuned for the Red Sox final presented by Plainridge Park Casino. TC and Jim Rice have highlights from around Major League Baseball. They'll preview the Sox next series coming up in Houston against the Astros. Red Sox will be there for 3 and then on to Atlanta for 2 before heading back home on April 27. 2 with the Atlanta Braves and then the first 3 meetings with the Yankees. April 29 and 30 and May 1st. Jackie Bradley 1 for 2 with a single and a run. Dustin Pedroia, who belted a home run in the first inning, is on deck. One fouled back on a changeup.
And now once again they were in the shift, but they will now take the second baseman, put him back to the second base side with the 2 strikes on Mookie Betts, expecting a more defensive swing in this count. Just the movement of the infielders on counts and outfielders on counts.
He left it low, 2-2.
Another change up there. As we told you before in this game, he throws more changeups than anybody in the American League. And he learned his changeup grip from one of his teammates. Alex Cobb taught it to him, borrowed that grip, and it's become his best pitch.
Shot into right field. Souza drifting back though, and he'll put that one away. Looking up into the sun. 2 up, 2 down. Be sure to subscribe to NESN's YouTube page and stay up to date on the latest sports news and exclusive interviews. Visit youtube.com/NESN right now.
We talked about early in the game how the sun in center field was a problem. We saw that with Jackie Bradley shading the sun. Now it's kind of moved over toward right field. The later on in the afternoon we get.
Fouled away in the check swing.
That's what Souza Jr. is looking into right now. Not as bad as it's going to be a little bit later, but it certainly shifted to where the right field has become a little bit more of a problem now.
Oh, 2 on Pedroia, who on Tuesday night scored his 778th run, placing him 10th all time in Red Sox history. And right now He is one hit away from 1,500 career hits.
Wow.
And the 0-2 from Odorizzi to right field again. Souza again fighting the sun a bit, and he makes the catch. Sox go 1-2-3 for the second inning in a row, 8-5 Tampa Bay. And for today, should there be ties in Major League Baseball? Text 1 for yes, text 2 for no. Text your answer to 536-536. Message and data rates may apply, and it's one message per vote.
We have them every day. Yours is a really nice purple tie today.
Thank you very much. Who wants a tie?
I don't want a tie. I mean, I don't want to come out here for 9 innings and play and go home tied.
Sure. Don't exactly get your money's worth as a fan. Here's Kiermaier to lead it off. We're into the 5th inning, 8-5 Tampa Bay.
Play until it's over.
I'm with you. Stephen Wright on the hill in Houston tomorrow up against Colin McHugh. Clay Buchholz will go on Saturday. And the Red Sox have not determined who will pitch on Sunday. That's supposed to be Joe Kelly's spot. He's now on the DL. I think it's safe to assume the club is leaning toward Henry Owens.
It's been outstanding down there in Pawtucket.
That decision has not been finalized yet. Here comes the 1-1.
Talked to Noe Ramirez today about his adventures when they sent him out. He had to catch a flight and meet the Pawtucket team in Rochester. Landed at 12:30 in the morning, and when he did so, he got a text message that said, "You're on a 6:30 flight in the morning back to Boston."
That flight doesn't bother you. The one that comes back to the big leagues. It's the one that when you're leaving Boston that bothers you.
You don't even want to get on it.
In like row 29C. Tough way to go. 3-1 pitch. Rattle to the right side. Pedroia will gobble that up. Calling all deadheads. Grateful Dead Night is back at Fenway Thursday, April 28th. With the purchase of a special ticket, you receive a custom designed Red Sox Grateful Dead t-shirt. For tickets and more information, visit redsox.com/GratefulDead. Here's Casale, and the Sox have not retired him. Against David Price, he singled and blasted a 2-run homer.
His 3rd off of Price.
It's that one. Oh, what a play by Shaw. Up and gunning. And got him. That's a dandy. Alert.
Boys, he had a day down there at third base. I mean, he's made all kind of plays coming in going back. This is a bullet. That's just a reaction play right there. The crossover step, get the glove out, and hope the ball lands where you have that glove. Look at him go down and end up. That's the key for any infielder. Try to work from the ground up. He does it. He's able to snag a hop right there and take 2 bases away from Casale.
Casale is squaring everything up today.
2 down Forsythe. He's gone 2 for 3 with a pair of singles. 8-5 Tampa Bay. Rather stunningly, they scored 6 times last inning.
And I think when Price looks over this game and tries to figure out what went wrong, there's going to be a lot of things he can point to. But I think in the beginning of that inning, when he walks Kiermaier, who's a .216 hitter, and then Casale, who's a .125 hitter, takes him deep, that was the beginning of deep troubles for him.
Well, it started out strange. I mean, he gave up that single right away to Forsythe to begin the game, and then he hit a batter. And he allowed another hit in that inning, an RBI single by Pierce, and he fell behind immediately 1-0. The Red Sox then went out and scored 5 times in the bottom of the first inning, but they have not scored since then against Odorizzi. Rays got another run in the 3rd and then put up 6 in the 4th. But it is only the 5th inning. That's down low. They do have activity in the bullpen. Romero getting ready. Enny Romero, the left-hander. Two down, but a 3-1 pitch due Forsythe. And that is outside, ball 4. A lot of base runners today for Tampa Bay. That's been unusual for them. These games tend to be very close between the Sox and the Rays. 20 of the last 21 have been decided by 4 runs or less. 12 of those decided by 1 or 2 runs.
Yeah, but you don't usually see scores like this between these 2 teams.
True. It's true. It's usually 3-2, 4-1.
Very close ball games.
Yep.
I don't think the scoring's over in this one either. I think you're going to see some more runs put on that board.
Here's Geyer, who has been hit by a pitch twice, both times by David Price. Although Price, and we caught this on the replay, slowing down what he was mouthing back toward home plate. Said basically that was right over the plate. That last one, right on the plate, but hit twice. Little pop-up, shallow right, Pedroia out. That's going to be trouble. It's going to dunk down for a base hit. The runner will advance to third base. Throw back to first, not in time. And Forsythe is now at third. Geyer dunking down a single.
He's had quite a day, hasn't he? I mean, hit by a pitch twice. Now a little bloop down that right field line. Betts throwing behind him and almost got him at first base.
And Hanley Ramirez very alert on that play to get back in there and try it.
I mean, the runner is taught to, round the bag, but you got to be very careful when the right fielder is that close, because a lot of guys like to throw behind those runners, and that time Guy does get back in safely, but the inning continues with 2 outs now.
Geyer's been hit by 2 balls harder than he hit it.
Here's Longoria. He's blasted a home run and is 2 for 3 today. And Barnes trying to hold now. 2 men on base with 2 down. Longoria with his 3rd home run of the season in the 3rd inning. The Shadows moved up in front of home plate here at Fenway. Here's the 1-0. Now 2-0.
Well, here's where Longoria can become very dangerous. Of course, 2 balls, no strikes, couple of men on base. Narrow your zone down. Look for a specific pitch in an exact spot. If you don't get it, you let it go.
He swings. It's a high fly ball to right center. Jackie Bradley to the triangle, but room to make the play. 2 men will be left. We're at the midway point to the bottom of the 5th, 8-5 Tampa Bay. Still out there. His pitching line is brought to you by your Eastern Lexus dealers. They have had an active bullpen. Now pitching into his 5th. And it is an 8-5 lead for Tampa Bay as Xander Bogaerts climbs in. He's doubled and scored and taken ball 4. There was a scoring change back in the 4th inning. Souza reached on an error at the time by Hanley Ramirez on this play. They have now corrected that to a base hit, an RBI single. So no error. David Ortiz on deck.
I kind of thought they were going to call it a base hit on the original play because I thought, in my opinion, I thought it took a bad hop.
Red Sox trying to get the offense back in gear. Got off to a great start with 5 runs in the first, but the Sox have not scored since then.
Used to be if you were the home team, you would get the benefit of the doubt on a lot of the scoring decisions. They've tried to even that up. But at the same time, that scoring decision not only makes another base hit, but another run scored and an RBI, an earned run. That'll go on to the numbers of David Price.
Tampa Bay now with 10 hits. Flared foul. Ortiz and then Hanley Ramirez. So it's the heart of the order, 3, 4, and 5 against Odorizzi, who's closing in on 100 pitches. Now 3-2.
Odorizzi never gets any runs. He's got 8 out there now. He's thinking, I got to get through 5
to qualify for the win. He is 0-1 so far this season. He went 9-9 a year ago in 28 starts. And Jim Hickey on the horn. He does have a lefty ready. for Big Poppy. Here's the 3-2, swinging a high fly ball to left field. Geyer backing up now, a little bit of a battling, and he won't get it. Off the wall into second, Xander Bogaerts. Boy, you could see the panic in his step out there. And it goes for a double, his second of the game.
He never looked comfortable from contact on this ball. He had no idea where the wall was. I think he was battling the sun a little bit. And he had a few more steps to go back to that wall to be able to make the play, but he scuffled right from the beginning with that. And first of all, with the sun, I don't think he saw it well off contact. And then, of course, with the distance he had to go to the wall. And that's going to be it for Odorizzi this afternoon.
So despite the 3-run lead, they will not stick with him. Andy Romero, the left-hander, will be coming on to face David Ortiz, and we'll be back in a moment.
Off the wall from the perspective of the Green Monster. There you see Geyer coming into the picture. He's lost right now. He has no idea where he is. Bring out the Dancing Bears. The ball goes off the wall. Bogey cruises into second base. And that camera angle was the same camera spot where we saw Carlton Fisk hit his famous home run in the '75 World Series against Cincinnati.
What a great view that was. And the Monster takes another bite out of an outfielder. Here's David Ortiz facing Andy Romero, 25-year-old left-hander who has retired all 13 batters he's faced in 4 appearances.
And his last fastball was 99 miles an hour to David Ortiz.
David has been unlucky today. He scalded a couple of liners. One was caught out of the air and right. The other was scooped at first base. Fly ball into right field. Charging in now. Souza will make the catch, and Xander has to retreat to second. That one not hit as stiff. So 1 away, and now Hanley Ramirez will approach the plate. He has an RBI single, and he's grounded back to the pitcher today. 8-5 Tampa Bay. They got 6 in the 4th inning to chase David Price. Quite a turn of events, but a long way to go in this one. We are only in the bottom of the 5th, and Travis Shaw on deck. That's strike 1.
Well, this is something to see out of Romero, because you can count on one hand the number of left-handers that can rush it up there that hard. Think of a guy like Chapman. 99 consistently out of this kid.
Bogaerts at second. So to count 0-2, he mixed in a cutter. He's thrown 5 pitches, all strikes. And the 0-2. Foul tipped into the mitt. He came back at 99 miles an hour to strike him out.
Now, when you have power the way that Romero has a power pitch like that, you can go up and out of the strike zone. And, you know, we talk about this often, how good that pitch looks because it's right around eye level to you. But when you swing at that kind of velocity, you're just not going to make contact on it. It's up there too high, and for the most part, you swing underneath it. But it certainly does look good.
Travis Shaw with a double and a fly out. He swings and misses. Obviously sitting on a fastball. He didn't get it. Not the big time fastball, but a 92-mile-an-hour cutter. This guy's tough. Ground ball gently hit to first base, and Pierce will take it himself to retire the side. Disappointing inning. It started with a double. Nothing came of that. 8-5 Tampa Bay.
Fenway 8-5. Tampa has the lead, and David Price today having trouble getting the ball down. You see that fastball was elevated. That ball there, I mean, that's almost over the plate, and that hits Geyer in the elbow. It would look like a changeup to Longoria that's taken down the left field line. And you know, as we talked about during the game, it just never looked like David got comfortable out there on the mound today. And there were a couple of long innings early in the game. Not trying to make an excuse here, but the fact is it just never was able to get into a rhythm. It seemed like a lot of the pitches were elevated, a couple of hit batters as we saw, and just not his day.
Yeah, there were a couple of long challenges in the game that may have played a role. I doubt he'll use that as an excuse.
No, I think when he speaks after the game, he's just going to probably say, just, you know, I didn't have good command today of my pitches. And, you know, we talked about the fact that a lot of pitches were left up in the zone. The fastball would change up on occasion. Just one of those days where it just was not his A game by any means.
Pierce, the batter, has been on base twice today with a single and a walk. On the infield to be charged by Xander Bogaerts. He flips it on the move for the out. Well, great to have you with us today. Certainly wishing you were at the ballpark because it's been just a splendid day weather-wise, but a weird game. I think you'd have to say, Steve, by all accounts. I mean, when you see Price give up that many runs, it's strange.
And I think that's why you have so much more respect for the ace of the staff when you look at their ERA, because when they're not having a good day, they generally are left out there a little bit longer because you keep thinking that they might settle down, and when they don't, those numbers go through the roof.
Now, this is not the kind of game you expected today with David Price starting, obviously, and with the way Tampa Bay's offense has been this season. To see them put 8 runs on the board to this point of the game, I think is a little surprising to everybody. So, you know, you never know when you come to the ballpark what kind of game you're going to see, but I certainly didn't expect an 8-5 game through 5 innings.
Especially with the Red Sox striking for 5 in the first inning.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't want to say that game's on ice, but with Price,
should have been.
It should have been. And typically would be.
And how about Odorizzi doesn't go 5 for Tampa Bay? This is a guy who never gets any run support, who typically doesn't give up any runs, and he can't get through 5 to get the win if this team goes on to win.
They get him 8 runs, but they go to the bullpen before he can go through 5. After the Red Sox had doubled and David Ortiz was coming up. There's William Cuevas, who was just brought up from the minor leagues. Maybe seeing him for the first time. The 0-2 to Jennings. Tried to hold up, but down he goes on a swing and a miss. That is strike 3. Tonight, after Red Sox coverage on NESN Sports Today, we have a full report from Celtics practice as they prepare for Game 3 tomorrow night, plus Patriots offseason workouts. NESN Sports Today, presented by People's United Bank. See what know-how can do.
You know what shocks me is I shouldn't shock me, but it surprises me a lot is how some hitters have success against certain pitches. And you look at Casale today, comes into the game 0 for his last 13. He'd been 3 for 6 against David Price with 2 home runs, has another home run today plus a base hit. I mean, he must just see the ball very well off him. He's just one of those guys that he feels comfortable against.
Yeah, I'm always staggered by that when you look at guys who are not great hitters in their career, but against great pitchers. I mean, Hall of Fame guys, they eat them alive. The 1-0 on the way is down and away. My longtime friend Tommy Hutton is a terrific analyst for the Marlins for many, many years. He made a living on Tom Seaver. You know, just ate Tom Seaver alive.
Not many guys can say that.
Fastball missing in tight. And then later in his career, Seaver kind of figured him out, and the numbers dropped a little bit. But for a long time, he couldn't get out Tommy Hutton.
It looked to me like Casale was looking middle in and got it a lot and jumped all over it. When he did get his pitch, he didn't miss it.
Souza cracks a foul. Now 3 balls and 1 strike. Sunday, an all-new Charlie Moore Outdoors. Charlie visiting the Berkshires and learn some tricks about fly fishing. Catch all that and more on Charlie Moore Outdoors Sunday night at 7. He did not offer, and that'll be ball 4. So Souza on for the second time.
It's one of the things now as you start to get a little bit deeper into this ball game and still down by 3. The Red Sox can't afford to be walking a lot of guys and putting extra guys on the bases.
Yeah, what might happen here too, Souza will run every once in a while, and with 2 outs in the inning, he may try to get into scoring position for Beckham.
Beckham hitless today, 0 for 3, 2 strikeouts. But the Rays have had a lot of base runners, 16 base runners here into the 6th inning. They have 10 hits, 8 runs. Two men out, 1 man on.
That would be, I'm always interested to see how other guys use their score sheet. How did you know they had that many base runners based on how you keep score?
Well, it's not a guess. I can read it. That's the good thing, but it's not pretty. I mean, believe me, it's.
Oh my goodness, I can't read your scorecard.
Yeah.
That's.
Can I read yours? Yeah, yours is pretty neat. Throw over to first base and a runner back. Jerry's is pretty neat.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I have my own system of scoring, which
that's
is
mine.
real
Look,
good.
Obi, put your card up there. It just looks like you third graders scribbled across a page. What is that?
Pretty much. No, I can read it. I can read it. Everyone has their own system.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I wasn't even trying to be critical because I hadn't seen the way you write there. I was just wondering, how is it that you knew that they had that many base runners? What's your notation? Because I would not be able to look at my score sheet and say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wouldn't know how many base runners, but you knew right away. How?
It's an inside secret, okay? But let's just say penmanship was not something I graded highly on when I used to grade for penmanship. Not by a long shot. Now Barnes still throwing hard, 97-98. Well, he's fallen behind here, 2-0 on Beckham. 8-5 Tampa Bay, 6th inning. Cut on and missed.
Not the kind of pitch you want to swing at. 2 balls and no strikes. I mean, that's a nasty fastball in the outside part of the plate, and kind of a feeble swing here by Beckham on a 2-0 count.
Struck out already twice, and I think if you just keep the ball down and away from him, you'll continue to strike him out. That doesn't look like a good area for him. Stay out there.
2-2.
Stayed out there again, as you mentioned, and that time a take on a pitch on the outside part of the plate.
I just go back to the slider down and away. Stevie chases that one.
Souza gets his lead at first base. Here comes the 2-2 from Barnes. Cut on and missed. He went right back to number 1 and struck him out. He has 2 Ks in the inning. Bottom of the 6th, 8-5 Tampa Bay. Poll question. We asked the question, should there be a tie in Major League Baseball? And I think the answer was predictable. You're right with us. For the most part, 85% say no. As Jerry said, why come to the ballpark if there's no result?
If I'm 0 for 5, I want a result that day. Win or loss. I don't want to go home and have a tie and go 0 for 5.
So here we go to the bottom half of the 6th inning. Jerry Remy, Dave O'Brien, Steve Lyons. And the Red Sox needing 3 to tie, with Brock Holt to lead things off. Romero came in throwing smoke, and every pitch that he threw last inning was a strike. 8 for 8. And he's at it again. Another strange outing for David Price. In 2 of his 3 starts at Fenway Park, Well, the numbers are rather staggering in the starts against the Orioles and Tampa Bay. He's pitched a total of 8 2/3 innings and surrendered 13 earned runs.
Wow.
8 of them today. You just don't expect that.
Well, he'll right the ship, you know that. Not what we expected to see out of him, but
Flared foul down the line by Brock, who's gone 1 for 2. Danny Farquhar now loosening in the bullpen for the Rays. Get the feeling we're looking at more runs today, though, don't you?
I've been thinking. Might be tough to come by off of this guy.
In there for strike 3. Nothing but strikes from him as he fans Brock Holt. Time for a game break brought to you by Jordan's, the furniture store, the Boston Red Sox. Here's TC. We get all sorts of hum.
Got a hum and I can hear those.
TC, thank you very much. Here's Christian Vasquez looking at one high for ball one. He's gone 0 for 2 today. Sox did get the leadoff man on in the 5th inning on the Bogaerts double, but could not bring him in. And suddenly over the last few innings getting very few chances. Finally Romero has missed on a couple. He falls behind 2-0. And now 3-0.
Shadow's getting to a spot now where it starts to affect the hitter a little bit. From the sunlight into the shadow.
When Romero needs to throw a strike and he has to take something off, he throws 96. And the 3-1 from the left-hander. And he missed with it for ball 4. So Vasquez is on. The Red Sox need a string of base runners, trailing by 3. NESN has a brand new site for car enthusiasts. That is NESN Fuel, your new home for everything automotive. Visit NESNfuel.com and follow NESN Fuel on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram today. Jackie has struck out and rolled one softly to first base, so he is 0 for 2. Fans looking for a jolt on the offensive end. They got one early with 5 runs in the first inning. Sox have not scored since. Fouled back by JBJ, and that one at 98.
Yeah, that's the case again, Dave. Well, you know, you have that high fastball and it just looks so good to hit, but when you're throwing with that kind of velocity, it's virtually impossible to make contact and keep it in fair territory.
He punches in another strike.
And he drops that on you. I mean, you know, you're up to respecting the 98, 99 mile an hour fastball. Then he comes with a little cutter or a slider and just completely freezes you because you've got to respect the other pitch.
And the 0-2. He blows him away. So down goes Jackie on strikes for the second time, and 0-2 gone.
There's the cut fastball again that time as Kevin Cash comes out. Looks like he's going to make a move to the bullpen, but here you see the cut fastball. That's at 92 miles an hour. No contact by Jackie, so pretty impressive performance right there for Romero.
I would say so. I think the Red Sox are really happy to see him marching off.
Yeah, why are you taking him out?
Farquhar coming on. Righty-righty battle here. 8-5 Tampa Bay. More in a moment. to the latest cancer treatments. Learn all about stomach disease this month from experts at Beth Israel Deaconess Medical Center. Visit bidmc.org/yourhealth. So Romero departs the scene. Very impressive with that fastball in the upper 90s to around 100. So Red Sox will not weep to see him leave. Farquhar coming on. He pitched around a 1-out single yesterday in a scoreless 7th inning. And he'll get Mookie Betts with 2 down, and Vasquez the runner at first base. 8-5 Tampa Bay in front. The last day of the homestand. And there is such a difference, and there will be a big difference in the mood of the Red Sox getting on the charter to Houston today if they do not rally to win this game, as far as how this homestand goes, because they've been coming back to get close to 500. Today's the last day of the homestand. They need to win to break even and go 5-5. But I mean, 4-6 on your first homestand of the year, that's a major disappointment.
I would agree with you, Dave. Yeah, I think they'd be very disappointed if they don't come out with a win today, get over 500 to go on that road trip, which could be a very good road trip for them. But I think more disappointing is the fact that you get out to a lead the way that you get out to, and then all of a sudden that disappears on you. Now they got to battle from behind to try to come back and win this ball game.
You play against 2 teams that are in the class of the division, and you hope to play well against them, and then this team.
High fly ball driven deep. Forget about this one. Way back and way out of here. Well, that's a start. Mookie Betts for the second time in 2 days. That makes this a 1-run game. It is 8-7.
Well, Mookie Betts, the last 2 nights, or 2 days, I should say, he's got things going offensively, and when he gets good things going, look at the location of this pitch. I mean, how many times do we have to say it? That ball that's on the inside part of the plate, he's just going to crush unless he's completely fooled. And that time, not fooled at all. He's got some of the quickest hands in Major League Baseball.
And strong. His 4th home run. And the Red Sox are back in it here in the 6th inning, 8-7.
I got to tell you, I was glad to see Romero leave.
Yeah. I had no idea why they're yanking him out of there. You look at this guy's numbers, and you're like, he's hittable. The other guy wasn't.
There's a shot by Pedroia down the line. Should go for extra bases. Up against the wall. Petey racing into second. He has a double. And the tying run is at second base in front of Xander Bogaerts.
Now Dustin pulling the ball a couple of times today. The home run back in the 1st inning now. The line shot down the left field line. You see how much room he has down there as they kind of pinch center field and left field. So that's going to be an easy 2-base hit for Pedroia. Gets him in scoring position, the potential tying run. And out comes Hickey, the pitching coach.
And career base hit number 1,500 for Dustin Pedroia. He's going to want that one back. And inside his locker.
Absolutely. I mean, you get 1,000, 1,500, and if you can go higher than that, you get 2,000, then 2,500, then 3,000, and
that's how it works.
That's how it works. You just save those big ones.
Isn't it amazing how we've watched Petey play for so long, and he finally gets to 1,500 hits, and it just makes you respect the guys that get to 3,000 that much more. Can you imagine double the amount of hits he already has?
It's incredible. Incredible. And longevity is such a big part of that. Excellence and longevity. Well, here's Xander. He's doubled twice. Pedroia, by the way, 3 for 4 today. Bogaerts with a pair of doubles. And he'll take a strike. The hits are now even at 10. And new life has been breathed into Fenway Park. Check the swing, and it's low. They get Cedeno going.
Nobody leaves early from Fenway Park when the Red Sox are losing late because of their ability to come back. And I think all 3 of us knew that there were going to be more runs scored in this game.
First time the Sox have scored since the 1st inning on a blast by Mookie Betts. And all Romero could do is watch. He did his job. And a breaking ball, soft one in there for a strike. Big slow curve at 75. David Ortiz would be next. And that's why Cedeno is loosening. There's a shot into center field, dropping, but this Kiermaier dives ahead. And the Gold Glover snatches it and keeps the Red Sox from tying it.
That was a bullet.
8-7 Tampa Bay. Pitch presented by Joseph Abboud, available at Men's Warehouse. TC and Jim Rice will take a closer look at Astros star shortstop Carlos Correa. Now the Red Sox have battled back. This is turning into one of those classic Fenway slugfests. It is now 8-7 Tampa Bay, and we're about to see the major league debut of Red Sox right-hander William Cuevas. He is from Venezuela. Last year combining at Double-A Portland and the Triple-A Paw Sox as a starter. And this season in 2 appearances with the Paw Sox, he gets the call and about to throw his first big league pitch. And it's a little roller to third, foul off the bat of Kevin Kiermaier. Just made a terrific catch.
He was called up a couple of days ago, and John Farrell said the reason they wanted him is because he could eat up some innings. He was a starter down at Pawtucket. And the fact that at that time the Red Sox, if they needed a long man, they would have one available. Well, here he is in a very critical part in the ball game in his major league debut, the 7th inning.
Really surprised to see him in this situation, given the way they said they were going to use him.
Kiermaier's gone 0 for 2 with a walk and a run, and he loops one foul. It's now 0-2. You just have the feeling this one is a long way from over, don't you?
Very strange day here at Fenway.
Took us a long time to get here, too.
Yeah, we are already approaching the 3-hour mark, and this one we've had some substantial delays because of review and a lot of pitching changes because of the runs.
Well, maybe the Red Sox can get one more run. We'll call it a tie and go home.
I don't think so.
15% of the poll people said that's okay.
15%. They got clubbed in this poll. Casali on deck. He's had some good swings today, including one for a homer. Fouled back and right off the top of our booth. Not inside and not playable.
My arms aren't that long.
One, two. That dips low. Eight, 9, and 1 here for Tampa Bay in the 7th. And the count fills up.
You got to figure this guy ends up going back to the leadoff spot on this team. They tried him there last year. He hadn't hit that well.
That one popped up, and Vasquez hoping for room, and he's got some. Oh, what a play into the screen to catch that. He never gave up on it.
Tremendous concentration right there by Vasquez. You know, catchers have a sense, especially in their home ballpark, where that screen is. He takes a peek right there and just jumps. And is able to make the catch before it does hit the screen. Very nice play by Vasquez. Very alert, knowing where that fence is.
Well, that helps out a youngster making his major league debut a lot. Little pop-up, loop toward right. There's Hanley backing into the outfield to set down Casale. 2 up and 2 down. Attention, Red Sox Nation. There's a reason why the Red Sox and the rest of America run on Dunkin', because Dunkin' iced coffee is consistently smooth and delicious. Dunkin' Donuts coffee started right here in Boston, and the #1 coffee in New England. The Boston Red Sox run on Dunkin'. Top of the order now, Forsythe, who's been on base 3 times. 2 singles. He's also taken ball 4, and he looks at a strike.
That might have been one right there that was stole by Vasquez behind the plate. That ball looked low, and he just kind of pulled it up into the zone.
The 0-1.
Then he gives the high target because he wants the high fastball. That's exactly where he got it, but Forsythe would not swing at it. Going back inside.
Due up for the Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th inning. David Ortiz, Hanley Ramirez, and Travis Shaw. Down by 1 at the moment.
We've talked so much over the last week since Vasquez's return here about the impact that he's made on the pitching, most notably the starters, and how much better they have thrown since he's been behind the plate. You wonder about so many of those people that have heaped such high praise on him when a guy does have a bad start, like Price did, or if Wright does tomorrow, or if Bucky goes out and maybe doesn't have his best start. Are people going to start detracting or saying that it's somehow his fault? Once you build up a guy so much, do you tear him back down when someone has a bad start? And I think that would be unfair. I think he's doing his job back there. He has an incredible impact on what those guys are doing, but he can't throw the ball for him either.
Forsythe aboard for the 4th time with a walk. Second walk, 2 hits for him. And Geyer taps a foul for a strike.
Yeah, staying on that subject, I think the pitchers will be the first to tell you that, hey, it wasn't him. It was me today. And you know, they love throwing to Vasquez, and you know, because you have one blip in the road, the pitchers certainly aren't going to blame the catcher. It's their responsibility. They know it. They never come out and say, well, you know, I just didn't feel in sync with the catcher today.
Here's Geyer, hit by a pitch twice today. That breaking ball snapped in there for a strike. Good curveball. He's also singled.
Well, slider this time to get ahead. No balls and 2 strikes.
A great view of that pitch right there.
0-2 the count. See if he comes back with that. Long set time asked for by Geyer. Plenty of hits in this one. 20 for the 2 teams combined, each side with 10. Longoria on deck. He has 2 of them, including a homer. Cuevas looking for his first big league K, and chop foul.
Tried that slider again, but that time again it was almost in the same spot. And when the count's no ball and 2 strikes like that, you know, trying to get that baby off the outside part of the plate and make him chase. This ball really gets kind of too much of the plate. 0-2, and fortunately fouled off.
The 0-2, and pop foul straight back.
You know, one of the things I always thought of in a shadow situation, I don't know if Steve agrees with me, but I always felt like it was much more difficult to pick up the breaking ball because you couldn't see the spin on the baseball. You know, fastballs, you had a pretty good idea where it was going to be, but when it started to spin up the home plate, that's when I found a little bit more of a problem.
And especially what you're talking about, Jerry. 0-2, bury that thing. Doesn't have to be a strike now.
Line shot, and a base hit into left field. Holt has to get it right near the warning track. Actually bobbles it again. Here's the throw to second. The tag, and he's out. Geyer got greedy. And he's cut down on the throw by Brock Holt, recovered after the bobble in left field. And that is out number 3. And let's see what Cash has in mind. And apparently
Petey took that throw and then reached out to make the tag. Are they going to challenge it?
It looks like they will not. So no, they will not challenge this. That is out number 3. And the Sox coming up 8-7 Tampa Bay. Pennant fever going on right now. Jordan's Furniture. If the Sox and Yankees meet in the league championship, you could win free furniture and mattresses. Pennant fever going on right now, and go Sox. Last half of the 7th inning, Cedeno brought on to take on Big Papi, who is 0 for 3, showing bunt and taking a ball. So the Sox are run down in what has been a seesaw game here at Fenway today. If you're just joining us, the Red Sox got in front 5-1 in the first inning with David Price on the mound, but Price just didn't have it today. He only lasted 3 2/3, gave up 8 earned runs. Tampa Bay scored 6 times in the 4th inning, but the Red Sox have just come back on a Mookie Betts home run in the bottom of the 6th to cut it to 8-7. And still a lot more baseball to be played here today. Hanley Ramirez on deck, and that's down and away on David.
Not too many balls. You see a ball in the dirt skip all the way into the stands.
We've seen a little bit of everything today.
Yes, we have.
And this has not been a normal day.
That's for sure. Wave and a miss for David. 2-2.
You know, T's thinking that maybe he'll get a fastball in that situation. Did not. Got the breaking ball that was down and out of the strike zone and fooled on this swing.
Ramirez now loosening in the bullpen, so we'll see if he comes on to face Hanley. But Travis Shaw follows him, another left-hand hitter. And then Brock Holt. Fly down the left field line, backing up Geyer, turning now. Off the green, David heading into second base, and he slides in with a double.
That's a beautiful thing right there by Ortiz. You know, he gets the breaking ball with 2 strikes on him, and he gives up trying to pull the ball. He just takes the ball to the opposite field. He's so strong he doesn't have to crush the ball to get it off the wall. As that pitch is on the outside part of the plate. Good plate coverage by Ortiz, not trying to pull it. Take it to the opposite field, plant it off the wall, and get in scoring position with nobody out.
Couldn't tell originally, but Geyer gave up on that ball awfully quickly. Did it hit in an area where he could have caught it? He didn't get back on the ball that he missed when Bogey hit it out there, and he gave up on that one thinking it was going to hit high enough off the wall.
He's got something to add to his cheat sheet.
Yeah, I'm not so sure that if he got back to the wall on that one, he could have caught it.
Here's Hanley now, an RBI single, a grounder to the pitcher, and a strikeout. And the Red Sox have the tying run at second base in a wild one here. Hanley hitting .267. He takes one inside. He is not homered on this homestand. Red Sox are trying to fight back and split the 10-game homestand, which would make a world of difference going to Houston later on today. Cedeno's 1-0 into the dirt.
Jerry, I think you're exactly right about Ortiz's at bat too. He got fooled thinking he was going to get a fastball, and then he said, all right, I'll let you throw me another breaking ball to the outer half, and then I'm just going to go ahead and go with it this time.
Yeah, he has that ability to take that ball off the wall almost any time he wants. I mean, he will do it occasionally, or more than occasionally, against left-handed pitches, especially when he's got 2 strikes on him.
He's outguessed a lot of pitchers in his career. Here comes the 2-0. High fly to right field. Souza fighting the sun again, backing up. He's got it. David tags. Here's the long throw, and he'll cut it. He's into third with 1 out.
Okay, good out there. Good out by Hanley Ramirez. I mean, he's trying to drive the ball out of the ballpark. There's no question about it. But the key is, if you got to make it out, you've got to get that run to the third base with less than 2 outs. So Hanley going deep to the opposite field, and with Souza backtracking, no problem for Ortiz to tag at second and get to third base now with the 1 out. Hanley getting congratulations from his teammates for getting the job done. I mean, ideally, you want to hit or you want a home run. But if you're going to make out, that's the way to make it.
You know, a year ago at this time, he's trying to hit that one 900 feet to left.
Exactly right.
And there are certain guys in your lineup that you don't necessarily ask to get them over. You ask them to drive them in, but if you can't, you do it the right way, and that's what Hanley did right there.
So a huge batter in the game now, and Travis Shaw, 1 for 3, infield in. Ortiz at third. And a strike. So a fly ball, and it has to be of decent depth, would tie the game.
I'm surprised the infield's in as close as it is, because Ortiz, as we know, is not exactly going to be a speed demon going down the home plate with 1 out.
0-1 pitch, and batted away to the right by Caselli, but no advance.
I mean, I'm of the opinion that the infield could be like halfway and still hold David at third base. Now, the second baseman right now has moved back a little bit, but the shortstop has not.
Oh, look at the shortstop playing right up the middle, too.
Sox trying to tie it. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Shot into left center, and it's down, and it's past him. Here comes Ortiz. The game is tied, and Travis Shaw is into second, and he beat a Gold Glove outfielder with that shot. And we're starting all over again here at Fenway.
And happy to do it.
Well, two left-handers getting the job done against a left-handed pitcher. First Ortiz off the wall. Now Shaw gets a breaking ball. And what does he do? He doesn't try to pull it. He takes it right back up the middle. A little bit of a surprise when the ball got by Kiermaier out there with his speed. But that puts Shaw in the scoring position. Good job by both lefties, lefty against lefty.
How much more impressed can you be with Travis Shaw and what we've seen out of him since his call-up last season?
Not much. He's doing everything. Now Brock Holt can put the Red Sox in the lead again.
I talked to Shaw before today's ball game, and he had 2 hits. I said, "How you feeling?" And he says, "Not good. I got a couple hits yesterday, but my timing's not right. I was out in front a little bit." He goes, I need to hover a little bit better and drive the ball up the middle a little bit better. I said, "We'll do it today then."
That's exactly what he just did.
In there for a strike.
It's a beautiful thing when you're a hitter and you don't feel good at the plate and you're still able to get some hits. But I can guarantee you he felt good about that at bat.
You know, it's also a beautiful thing. 8-8.
8-8.
Big comeback for the Sox after blowing a 5-1 lead. David Price is off the hook today. The runner goes, and there's a ground ball toward the hole. Shaw back to third. It's thrown away back by the plate. Shaw goes halfway. Holt into second to throw home, and the runners will hold at second and third. What a wild sequence that was.
Well, first of all, it's a good play by Beckham, the shortstop, because if the ball gets by him, Shaw is going to score. Now we get the wild throw after that, and Shaw did the right thing. If he comes all the way home, he's going to be out.
Yeah, it was a great read by Shaw after he came around third base. Right now, he could be in trouble if he decided to go home. He goes back, and he could be in trouble again.
But you know, the other thing about that play too is Shaw taking off at second base. You can see that took Longoria to the third base back, so that opened up a huge hole between third and shortstop. Now, if they were in a normal position, Longoria may have had a play on that, but with Shaw taking off, watch Longoria go to the bag and open up that hole.
Oh, Longoria easily fields that ball if he's playing his position.
I think you're right.
When the bad throw from the shortstop, Beckham allowed Holt to get down to second base, so they do charge an error after the base hit.
Yeah.
So second and third, one down, and the Red Sox are on the verge of taking a 10-8 lead on a base hit.
The speed demon Shaw flashing the wheels again, trying to steal third.
He's showing you what a good base runner he is too.
Not a lot of things on the field he does not do well.
Here's Vasquez now, a chance to lift the Red Sox back in front. He walked and scored a run. He was aboard when Mookie Betts blasted a 2-run home run in the 6th inning. Don't forget the importance of that. 8-8 at the moment. What a game. If you came to the park today hoping to see a little bit of everything, you have. Infield leaning in again, close. One out. He'll take a ball.
You know, normally in these situations, late in game like this, I call for a squeeze play, but I can't do it right now because there are 2 men in scoring position. But I'd love to.
The only thing we haven't seen.
Well, look at it this way. If they get the first one, the second one will still be out there.
That's right.
Vasquez is a very good bunter. Maybe the best on the Red Sox. He looks at a ball, and the count goes to 3-0. One more like that, they're going to be loaded up.
Now, I'll tell you what I would do right here, I would give him the green light. Now, I know Vasquez isn't the best hitter in the world, but you got lefty on deck in Bradley, and he may get a cookie here 3-0.
And all it takes is a fly ball.
Exactly.
And if you're sitting dead red and get one down the middle, as a big league hitter, you should hit it hard somewhere.
3-0 pitch he's taking, and that is inside for ball 4, and they're loaded up.
And Cedeno was expecting that because he threw him a breaking ball on the 3-0 count.
Good discipline right there, too.
Back and forth we go here at Fenway Park. In a vastly entertaining game, tied 8-8. One man out. Jackie Bradley 0 for 3 on the day. But for Tampa Bay, the Wolf is at the door. No place to put him. And Cedeno in deep trouble. And that's a strike.
You know, we don't know exactly how Cash uses his bullpen. Maybe Romero was a guy like Noe Ramirez where you don't want to throw him more than 2 innings. That's what you get. Maybe he's a bridge guy. But the way he was mowing down Red Sox hitters, can't believe he was taken out of that game.
Check swing, and that'll miss. 1-1 on Jackie. Look at what he's done. Just 16 at bats in his career with the bases loaded, but 438. Shaw, Holt, and Vasquez. Foul tipped into the mid.
An interesting thing here too is they've got the infield in a possible double play situation, and it seems a little bit strange. I think maybe respecting the speed down the line of Bradley Jr., but the infield in here with the 1 out. They still have 6 outs to go on their side, but they're playing them in.
And if the ball gets through, you open yourself up for a big inning.
1-2 is wide to even the count. Mookie Betts on deck.
Jerry, you talked about having the infield play in earlier in this game. This infield's been in so many times. I can't remember a game where I've seen the infield playing in this often.
Here's the 2-2 from the left-hander, and he struck him out. Jackie Fanning for the 3rd time today. So it is up to Mookie Betts, and here comes Cash again.
Now back to the breaking ball. That ball up and away from Bradley. I don't think that's exactly where they wanted it. They wanted it away, but not up that high, and no contact by Jackie. And out comes Kevin Cash.
So he's going to go to the pen again, and it'll be Ramirez to face Mookie, and crushed a 2-run homer in the 6th inning, but there are 2 out with the bases jammed. Red Sox about to hit the road, but want this victory in the bank, and they've had to come from behind, up 5-1 and then 8-5 Tampa Bay, and now all tied 8-8. And we have seen so much today. I was thinking squeeze play too, maybe there.
Well, you never know. I mean, you always throw it out there just in case it happens, right? But then, you know, you saw Mookie Betts go back to the dugout when every time a relief pitcher comes in, they go back and they check their charts and see exactly, you know, what this guy has done against him, and that's what he was talking to Chili Davis about. So Betts, who is swinging the bat very well over the last couple of days, has a great opportunity now.
Yeah. And, you know, if you do the squeeze play in that situation, you do the old one like when we were in high school where the guy on second base just keeps coming anyway and he tries to score too.
If that works, then they release the whole ball club.
Well, it's been a terrific game. Red Sox with 13 hits, Tampa Bay with 11, and a chance to get back on top here. And I know we've referred to it a couple of times, but the difference between 5-5 and 4-6 on your first homestand of the year, and coming out of this with a series victory against a Tampa Bay team that was really scuffling to score.
And the other thing too is to come back and win a game like this. I mean, you jumped out 5-1.
Yeah.
You know, you lost the lead. You come back again. If you can win a game like this, it just goes to show, like it did early in the season with the offense, that they're never going to quit. They're always going to be able to score and come back and win a ball game.
Yeah, you know, for your fan base, it's a great point.
Right.
You know, jump on with a win like this.
Yeah, and you keep them in the seats too. You know, there was a point in time in this ball game where some fans could have said, what is going on here? We're out of here. They can't do that because they know the comeback ability of this ball club, that they're never out of it.
Now Mookie Betts with a chance to put the Red Sox back in the lead here in the 7th inning still. 2 down. They're all loaded up. Shaw at third, Holt at second, Vasquez at first. Mookie's had another nice day with a 2-run homer and a single after he cracked a 2-run homer and scored 3 times last night. And here's Ramirez, the right-hander. Swung on and missed for strike 1. That one ran in. 10 at bats, but he has 4 hits, including a grand slam with the bases loaded in his career. That is in there for strike 2, so now he's in the hole.
Romero showed a very good changeup in the game that he pitched in this series. We'll see if he goes to it with a couple of strikes on Betts.
He's a strike throwing machine. Here's the 0-2 pitch. In there, strike 3. Got him looking, and the Red Sox leave them loaded. They do tie the game as we go to the 8th. We're locked up 8 apiece. CVS Health Charity Classic features more than the nation's top golfers. Don't miss the Charity Classic benefit concert that features Grammy award-winning Lady Antebellum at the Dunkin' Donuts Center in Providence on June 28th. Get your tickets at Ticketmaster.com/Charity Classic Fenway. Go to the 8th inning. We're tied up 8-8. Mookie Betts, with the bases loaded, just struck out.
Yeah, fastball right to the outside part of the plate, and a pretty nasty pitch right there. Betts, thinking maybe middle in as he normally does, but when you got to get Mookie out, that's the area you have to go in with either the fastball or the breaking ball away from him.
That was a nasty pitch right there. That gets a lot of people out.
So a spot here for William Cuevas to continue to impress as he goes back out in the 8th and faces Longoria and deals strike 1. Longoria with 2 hits, including a homer. So the Sox bullpen must hold here. There's a high fly into left. Holt is back on the track, still backing up, and he makes the play right in front of the line score.
Well, we've seen some trouble out there in left field today. Beguiar has had some problems out there. That was no sure bet for Brock Holt. You can see the glove go up trying to block the sun. He's got the sunglasses on. Then the wind takes over, which is blowing it back. See the direction of the wind above him? Now watch him come back to have to make the catch. There he is, right by us.
It's strange too, Jerry, because it doesn't seem like the wind's blowing that hard, and yet we're seeing guys have a lot of trouble with tracking down the balls. The sun is one thing, the wind's something different.
I always looked at the flag above home plate. I never looked very much at the flag in center field, but the one above home plate is the one that I checked. And there's what we're looking at right now, and you can see that right now it's starting to take the ball a little bit towards center field.
Yes,
and that's what Holt had to battle on that fly ball.
Steve Pearce here won't chase a pitch outside.
Unfortunately, that's the flag that we can't see.
That's the one. Pearce with an RBI today, hitting .240. Their first baseman. We are in the 8th inning. Man, that'll miss inside. Tommy Lane is up and throwing in the Red Sox pen.
You know, the phenomenon may be more in Fenway Park than any other park, but the ball will generally fade back towards the playing field. We saw the ball that Vasquez caught up against the wall. There was a point in time where that ball was in the stands, but it spun back onto the playing field. He was barely able to make the catch.
Pierce will take a walk here.
And then the same thing with we've seen out in left field with the ball blowing back towards center field a number of times today.
You know, it's amazing through the years how different this ballpark has played. You know, ever since they put this addition that we are sitting in now in Fenway Park, it's made a tremendous difference on how this played, because you used to take that top part off, and that's what it used to look like. And the ball would be a jet stream out to center field if the wind was blowing out. I mean, you play second base, you could see the ball go by and just pick up speed as it was going by.
Desmond Jennings, the batter, he's gone 1 for 4. Well, then it makes a little more sense that shot by Teddy Ballgame, the red seat out there. You talk about that jet stream.
You believe that?
I think it's been moved back a few times.
I think it has.
I think every 5 years or so, maybe another row. I don't know.
Well, you talk to some of the greatest power hitters of the game today.
A dribbler to Hanley. He's going to gun down to second base and got the out there. Jennings will become the runner at first base, but now they're 2 down.
You talk to guys like Poppy and stuff, and he says, I can't hit that red seat if I was hitting from second base.
I have never, and I've been around here a long time, even in batting practice, seen anybody come anywhere close to that red seat.
What is it supposed to be, 502?
I don't know. I have no idea. Looks like it's about 900 feet away.
That's a cab ride.
Might as well be. Yeah, you got to start your car up to go find that ball if it lands in the seat.
Yeah, it's 502 feet. Here's Souza with 2 down, runner at first base. He has home run power, so Cuevas has to be careful here. We're tied 8-8 in the 8th. And that's a ball.
But it's documented. It went through the lady's straw hat, right?
It was a gentleman, actually.
Oh.
Yep.
What was he doing wearing a straw hat?
Got him right on the noggin. Said he was looking up into the sun. Never saw it.
Now he knows what it's like to play right field in Fenway.
The 1-0 drifts away for ball 2. Beckham would hit next. It's been a fascinating day at Fenway. Very strange day for David Price. You just don't expect him to have many more like this. He was coming off an outstanding effort against Toronto. Got the win 4-2. But today gives up 8 earned runs in 3 2/3.
Good idea to make a throw over there against Jennings. Jennings can run a little bit. He does have 1 steal on the season, but he's got good speed. And with 2 outs, you never know. May try to get in a scoring position.
The 2-0 on the way to Souza. And that just missed. That should have been a called strike. But the count now 3-0.
You got to be careful here too with Souza at the plate on the 3-0 count. There's that last pitch, and again, you know, a little bit of a tight strike zone, I think. Watch out for the green light.
Taking there.
3-1.
Jerry, to both of you guys, are you a little surprised at the confidence they're showing in this kid still being in the game right now, making his first major league appearance?
His second inning.
I actually only thought he pitched the 1 inning.
Yeah.
I really did.
The 3-1 to Souza. The runner goes as a swing at a high fly ball into left center. Holt giving chase, headed for the wall. Jackie with a jump, can't get it. Here comes the run. Jennings will score, rounding second. Now staying right there will be Souza. And Tampa Bay has the lead back now, 9-8.
Well, 2 guys going for this. Nobody has a chance. Bradley will go into the jump. You can see it's just off to the side of his glove.
That was one heck of an effort. Look how far up on the wall he goes. Now, this is the one time maybe where Holt, it's in between those guys, so they were both going for the ball. We've always seen Mookie come over as far as he can. That's a long run for him to get into the picture. but usually he does.
So a run-scoring double for Souza.
You know, the question has to be brought up right now, I think, is where is Koji in this situation? He's had a couple of days off. Do they want to give him more? You're in an 8-8 ball game in the 8th inning.
That's a great question. Runner at second. Here's Beckham.
You could almost smell the trouble brewing for him there after he walked the guy and then fell behind in the count.
Yeah, the 3-1 pitch. Beckham 0 for 4. He struck out 3 times. So the Red Sox will have to come back again. And the 0-1 on the way. He drills in a strike.
I know John Farrell's comments before the game were that if it was possible, he'd like to stay away from Koji, but
was it?
Yeah, sometimes you get yourself in a situation where you do need your guys out there, and this might have been one of them.
Young man making his major league debut here today in a wild game. Here's the 0-2 now to Beckham, and couldn't get him to offer.
Now, generally, when they say they'd like to stay away from a guy, it's because they already have information from that guy that he was probably not available. And, you know, they talk to the pitchers all the time when they go out and play catch. And Koji's had a few days off, maybe not enough. But this is a game, a tie ball game, or it was a tie ball game where you would normally see him.
One ball and 2 strikes. Cuevas has not thrown that many strikes. 35 pitches, only 19 in the strike zone. As a man at second and a run in. Ground ball softly hit foul. And a broken bat for Beckham. He'll be off to get a new one. Sox have due up Pedroia, Bogaerts, Ortiz in the bottom of this 8th inning. And tomorrow at 7:30, don't miss Red Sox Game Day Live presented by DCU. TC Jim Rice will be previewing Stephen Wright's start against the Astros. DCU, Digital Federal Credit Union. What can DCU save you?
Yeah, look at some of the guys in the bullpen that are available to John Farrell. They are generally guys that have not really been thrown into the fire in the 8th inning. They've been guys that pitch before the 8th. Tommy Lane, Robbie Ross.
1-2 breaking ball is outside.
Tazawa's out there. Noe Ramirez.
Sticking with Cuevas here, the rookie. Here's the 2-2. He spoils that one. Lane is all warmed up. He's plenty warm.
He's ready for the next guy if needed, if they need a guy for the next guy. It's Kiermaier, the left-hander.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Souza leading at second. He just drove in the go-ahead run. 9-8 Tampa Bay. Top of the 8th. And a high pop up around third. Foul ground. Should be out number 3. There's Shaw to put it away. However, the Red Sox once again are trailing to the bottom of the 8th. 9-8 the Rays. Game summary brought to you by Xfinity, and a lot has happened in this one. Longoria 2 for 5 with a home run. For the Red Sox, a short outing for Price. That was strange. 3 2/3. He gave up 8 earned runs. Dustin Pedroia 3 for 4 with a double and a 2-run homer. Mookie Betts also has a 2-run homer, but so far it's not been enough. Tampa Bay has just gone in front on an RBI double, and they lead at 9-8. So Cuevas left on here in his major league debut to pitch 2 innings. He gives up a huge run. So John Farrell electing to stay with him. Now the Red Sox have to fight back again. Well, it will be Pedroia, Bogaerts, and Ortiz against Ramirez, who struck out Mookie Betts with the bases loaded last inning, and he delivers ball 1. Dustin has 3 hits. In fact, if he triples here, he hits for the cycle. Bottom of the 8th. And that'll miss low for ball 2.
Again, you see with the 1-run lead, Tampa Bay has Longoria, the third baseman, right on the line, and they slide the left fielder over a little bit toward the scoreboards. They're trying to prevent that 2-base hit down the line.
High fly ball into left. Geyer backing up, has room and makes the catch. 1 away. NESN is looking for youth baseball and softball teams to be a live studio audience for NESN Clubhouse this season. Visit NESNClubhouse.com, click on studio audience, and enter your son or daughter's team today.
The ironic part about what you see with Tampa Bay, they came into this game having scored only 40 runs. They have 9 today, and they scored nearly half of their runs after the 8th inning, or 8th or later. It's crazy.
Luke foul back out of play by Xander Bogaerts. He has doubled twice.
25 hits in the game today.
And they scored a run in the 8th in this one to take the lead. 25 hits. Crazy.
And the 0-1. There's a shot down the left field line. That'll get by Geyer. Xander takes a wide turn. The throw is bad, and he's going to advance to second base.
It's a great read by Bogaerts. A great read. He's got the play in front of him. So he was going to stop at first base, and then he reads immediately that the throw is going to be offline, so he continues to the second base. Watch Bogaerts stop, picks up where the throw's going to be. It's a bad throw, and he just goes into second base. Excellent base running by Xander Bogaerts.
That all really started because he wanted to go for 2 as well, Jerry. When he turned, he wanted to go, but then he read the throw, wanted to stop, and then saw it, and then kept going. That was excellent.
That'll be a base hit and an E7. Geyer's had a challenging day out there.
Where the heck was that throw?
So here comes Big Papi with the shift on, 1 out. And David looking to deliver as he has so many times. He doubled and scored his last time up. And that's low, ball 1. Koji is up and warming in the bullpen.
Against the lefty, he went the other way and hit it off the wall. Against this right-hander, I really think Ortiz would prefer to get that bat head out and pull the ball into right field.
I don't think there's anything on his mind right now except a 2-run home run.
Into the seat somewhere.
The 1-0 from Ramirez. And a strike. Right at the knee. The tying run at second. The Red Sox scored last inning, but they also left the bases loaded. The 1-1. He let that one pass for ball 2.
I thought we might see Kimbrel up in the bullpen, because if the Red Sox do tie this game or take the lead, now you're talking about the 9th inning and you want your closer.
I think John Farrell was determined, if he could, to stay away from Tazawa today. He whirls but does not throw to second base. The 2-1 and low, and another great take to make it 3-1.
The slider that time right at the bottom of the strike zone, just a little bit low.
Boy, don't throw him what he's looking for right now.
Yeah, dead red, middle in, and let it loose.
He might hit the red seat.
3-1 pitch. And is outside, and he walked him. So that'll put Sox at first and second for Hanley.
Yeah, Jerry,
out again.
Of all the years you've been doing this, Jerry, and since I've been sitting up here, I don't think people understand what it takes to have that type of plate discipline. When you know all you want to do is get one good pitch you can handle and just absolutely unload on it, it's really hard not to swing at a pitch that isn't in your zone, and he just did a great job of that.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, because he knows the game's on the line. He knows he wants to hit a 2-run home run. He just didn't get a pitch to do it. You know, 3-1 count. He gets a fastball away. He's not going to swing at that because he's looking middle in.
It's amazing how many guys do, though, because they don't have the discipline and they want to succeed so bad they'll go out of the zone. The one guy in the ballpark that's absolutely supposed to hit the 2-run home run spits on a bad pitch away and takes the walk.
Hanley Ramirez now the opportunity to retie the game. We have been on the seesaw today at Fenway Park. Hanley had an RBI single in a 5-run first inning for the Red Sox. He's hitless since then. And he fouls that one away, just made contact for strike one. They get the left-hander Evelyn going in the bullpen.
Well, for me, Hanley Ramirez is due for home run number 2 on the season.
He's going to be trying.
I like the way you think. Ramirez with the 0-1. Socked down the right field line, but he sliced it. And now he's in the hole, 0-2. You
can see Tampa's outfield shades him the other way, shading him into the triangle back there. You do have to protect that area, but I think Hanley is a little less pull happy this year and would be happy driving the ball out there to the Jet Blue sign in right center field.
Yeah, especially with 2 strikes on him.
Travis Shaw on deck. And now Hanley will get time from James Hoy.
If he's thinking up the middle or the other way, he can drive a ball that way, and if he gets fooled, he can naturally pull the ball to left.
Here's the 0-2. Little dribbler out front of the plate. That's going to be a foul ball. Second time in this at bat that Hanley has barely made contact.
Yeah, he was completely fooled on that pitch that was inside on him, and fortunately that ball did stay in foul territory. They were thinking going to third and back to first to get Ramirez.
Boy, high tension late in this one. We're in the last of the 8th. 9-8 Tampa Bay. Tying run at second, and he lets that one go inside.
Wow, that is a tough pitch right there to stay off. That's a changeup, and I don't think Hanley right there was looking for a changeup at all.
We've seen 2 pretty good hitters back to back here lay off some nasty pitches.
Ramirez with a 1-2. Line drive and caught. Back in safely, Bogaerts. That was a bullet by Hanley, but for out number 2.
Wow.
Once again, good base running by Bogaerts. You know, it was a bullet. It was hit very hard to second base, but Bogaerts reads line drive and gets back to the bag. You got to make sure in that situation the line drive gets by the infielder. If not, you're going to get doubled up, and that's the end of the threat. At least the Red Sox have another chance now. So Bogaerts in this inning has run the bases very well. He stopped, continued on when he saw a bad throw, did not get doubled up on a line drive right there.
Well, the catcher on long conversation here with Ramirez. They do have Evelyn all warmed up in the bullpen, but it does not look like Cash is going to go to him against Travis Shaw.
That is an interesting move. You know, why is he up? You got Shaw and then Holt, but the game's on the line right now, basically.
Travis with a pair of doubles. He drove in a run in the 7th inning. Trying to come through yet again. He's 2 for 4 today.
Travis' last double was off the left-hander.
And he'll take a strike. Red Sox left the bases loaded in the 7th. Now they have 2 men on here in the 8th with 2 down.
Big hole over at shortstop as they've got the shift on.
He takes a ball, 1-1.
Fastball followed by changeup. Let's see if they play high-low at Shaw. High fastballs, low changeups. They've tried to go above the belt a number of times against him in this series with the fastball.
I know they have a ton of charts in there they read, but I don't understand really the shift against Shaw.
1-1 pitch and a high fly ball to left field. Racing back Geyer right at the base of the wall. He'll make the catch right up against the AL East standings. We've seen that happen so many times today. 2 men left. 9-8 Tampa Bay. To strikeout hunger, and for every strikeout by a Sox pitcher this season, Lexus will donate $50 to the Greater Boston Food Bank. Tampa Bay with a 9-8 lead. We're going to the 9th inning, and Cuevas is going to stay out there for his 3rd inning. And Noe Ramirez just starting to warm up in the Sox bullpen. Here's Kiermaier. Showing bunt, taking a strike. 9 runs on 12 hits, 3 errors for Tampa Bay. 8 runs on 14 hits and 1 error for the Red Sox. And fouled back. Kiermaier's 0 for 3 with a walk and a run. And they get Colomé, who is their closer, up in the pen.
You know, I'm starting to wonder, Dave, because you look at the bullpen use over the last couple of innings, and I'm wondering, is Kimbrel available? Because I thought last inning, when the Sox had a chance to tie the ball game or go ahead.
That one flared into right field. A base hit past a leaping Hanley down the line. He's heading for second, and Betts will have to watch him go into second base with a double. So Kiermaier in scoring position.
He's got great speed. He reaches out and takes a changeup to take it over the head of Hanley Ramirez, and you know he's thinking 2 bases also right out of the box. There's the grip on the changeup. Now look at the location of this pitch. Just reaches out and almost one-hands it as he pulls it up over the head of Hanley and stretches it into the double. He's got great speed. So that's huge right there to get the leadoff man at second base.
But to your point on Kimbrel, the Red Sox not even warming him up in that spot is what you're talking about.
Because usually in a game at home, if it's tied, you bring in your closer, or if the Red Sox were to go to head, he never got up, but Uehara got up, which I thought was a little bit unusual. So it's almost like they were getting Koji in if it was a tie ball game or they were ahead.
Casali dropping down a bunt. That'll advance the runner to third. Will throw to first base in time to get him. So the sacrifice is successful. Now they have another run just 90 feet away with one away.
And, you know, obviously you have to manage your bullpen out there. It's been a big conversation piece the entire season, how overworked they've been because the starters weren't going deep. The starters had been going deeper lately. And the guys we're talking about, Kimbrel hasn't thrown since Tuesday. Noe Ramirez got sent down and then got called back up. He hasn't thrown. He should be available. Tazawa's been in 9 of the 14 games. I know that you talked about that John Farrell maybe wanted to stay away from him.
Well, here comes Ramirez.
Last time Koji pitched was Monday. So, I mean, these guys all should be ready to throw.
And Koji was warming up earlier, so we'll take the break. Runner at third base, 9-8 Tampa Bay. More in a moment. Four-hour mark, and we're in the 9th inning, top of the 9th. Tampa Bay with one out as a man at third base, and the Red Sox will say goodbye to Cuevas, who pitched a lot more than any of us anticipated he would pitch in this one. He did give up the go-ahead run in the 8th inning after walking a man and allowing the double to Souza. Gives up a double here in the 9th inning, and the sacrifice bunt, and gives way to Ramirez, about to appear in his 8th game.
Well, in this situation, one out, man at third base, you got to be aware of anything. Infield will come in, obviously, for the Red Sox, down by a run. You got the leadoff man at the plate, always the possibility of a squeeze or safety squeeze. You just have to be ready for anything.
And that's Forsyth, who's been on base 4 times, 2 singles and 2 walks. Only one away. And right through there for strike one.
And my guess would be that they would go on contact here because they got great speed at third base in Kiermaier.
A lot easier to take that chance late in the game when you have a 1-run lead.
Line shot, base hit. That'll bring in another run, and that'll make it 10-8 Tampa Bay. And makes it a whole lot tougher.
It sure does. And Forsythe's had a heck of a day. 3 hits, a couple of walks. He's been on base 5 times in this game today. He gets the fastball right here, inside part of the plate, gets the barrel on it and takes it up the middle with the infield in. And now a 2-run deficit for the Red Sox.
And charged that run to Cuevas. So he gave up 2. Here's Geyer, who's had a fascinating day. He's been hit twice by a pitch. He's also singled twice and had a really interesting afternoon in left field.
Interesting would be a good way to put it.
10-8 Tampa Bay. The hits are now even at 14. And a pop up back behind the plate. Vasquez will watch that one go on top of the netting.
I said it last inning, and I think it's worth repeating. When you look at Tampa Bay, and we know they don't score many runs, they've scored 10 today. Coming into this game, they had scored 40. Nearly half of those runs had been scored in the 8th inning or later. That's an amazing stat. I mean, you just hang around, don't do anything, and then score all your runs 8th and 9th inning. And they've scored 2 today that way.
I think there'll be a lot of conversation about the bullpen and who is available, and John Farrell staying away from some guys, and there's a hit batter, and that's the third time today that Geyer has been plunked. He's a magnet. Here's a look at all 3.
Well, take a look at the 3 of them. Back in the first inning, Geyer gets it off the leg from David Price. Not a lot of movement there. Then he takes another one off the elbow. Not a lot of movement there. And now here in the 9th inning on a breaking ball. Not a lot of movement there. It's like, throw it at me and I'll just take it.
Right on top of the plate, too.
He's been hit by 3 pitches today. Runners on at first and second. And here's Longoria. He has an opportunity to break this one open with only 1 out. He's already homered and singled. And he was going for the downs on that swing. Geyer had been hit by 2 pitches before today. So now 5 times.
If you throw the ball inside to him, it's hard not to hit him.
I think that was David Price's point. He's right on top of that plate. And he thought he threw a strike one time and hit him. Last year he was hit 24 times.
Well on his way to breaking that record.
And maybe by the All-Star break.
Yeah. Doesn't seem to bother him too much when he gets hit either.
Sox in dire need of a double play ball, but a pop up here. Pedroia drifting out. Here come Betts and Bradley, and Mookie will make the play with runners at first and second. And there are 2 down. And now they will call back Pierce and bring on a pinch hitter for the Rays. It'll be Corey Dickerson to hit for the first baseman. The Sox in the bottom of the 9th inning will have Doo-Wop, Brock Holt, Christian Vasquez, and Jackie Bradley Jr. Colomé will likely be brought into the game. It is 10-8 Tampa Bay here in the 9th. You know, there will be a lot of talk about bullpen. There'll be a lot of talk, I'm sure, about David Price and the troubles he's had in a couple of starts here at home. But the Red Sox had a 5-1 lead in this game, and they also left 5 men between the 7th and 8th innings. Left 5 men on base, so they had golden chances.
Yep.
But still time. If Ramirez can hold, now a 2-run deficit. Dickerson, a .227 hitter with 4 homers. He can hit it a long way. He tried to, 0-1.
He's sitting on fastball on the first pitch and doesn't get it. Gets the changeup from Noe Ramirez. See the bottom fall right out of that, and no contact.
We have gone back and forth today on a game that has now touched the 4-hour mark. There's a shot toward the alley. That's going to drop on the grass and up against the wall. Another run is in. Here comes the second run in to score as Geyer touches the plate. And that really opens it up now. That'll make it 12-8. And the bullpen has fallen down.
Yeah, you know, it's all been kind of strange to me because nobody loosening up in the bullpen. You got left-handed pinch hitters coming to the plate, and Noe Ramirez faces him. Now you've got Tommy Lane and you got Robbie Ross down there. Once they announce, you think you know maybe you'd go to a left-handed pitcher, but there was nobody warming up at the time. So you give up 2 more runs, and now you really got a mountain to climb.
For Ramirez in this outing here, just way too many fastballs right out over the middle of the plate.
2 doubles, a single, and a hit batsman.
And another one.
So Jennings gets hit 4 times today. The Red Sox have hit Rays batters, and Willis will visit the mound.
Yeah, tries to snap off a slider right there, and Jennings just turns and gets plucked. Obviously no intent there throwing the breaking ball, and there hasn't been any intent on any of them that have hit Tampa batters today, but many have get plucked.
They'll get Tommy Lane back up. He won't need very long to heat up. Head scratcher today.
Yeah, you see a good pitch to a hitter. And you saw Forsythe come up, nasty pitch inside, next pitch, fastball right out over the middle, gets hit hard. Come up here with a changeup to Dickerson, and then come right back with a fastball right down the middle, and he just smokes it somewhere. Now, he just showed you that he doesn't know what's coming, swings right through a changeup. Go right back to that, or throw another breaking ball, or if you do throw a fastball, it doesn't have to be a strike.
Here's Steven Souza, who has reached base his last 3 times with a single, a walk, and a double. Runners on at first and second. 3 more runs in for Tampa Bay. They lead at 12-8. And they have now out-hit the Red Sox 15-14. Dickerson and Jennings aboard. Red Sox were up 5-1 after an inning, gave up 6 runs in the 4th inning, and fell behind 8-5. They would fight back to tie it in the 7th inning at 8-8. We had a brand new ball game then, but it's been Tampa Bay since then. A run in the 8th and now 3 in the 9th. And there's a shot up the middle, down for it. Bogart staggers a bit, flips and gets the out at second base to retire the side, but they get 3 more to the bottom of the 9th now. 12-8 Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay has opened up a 12-8 lead here in the finale of this Red Sox homestand, which is on the verge of concluding at 4-6. Logan Morrison is their new first baseman, and Dana Eveland is their new pitcher, the left-hander in the game. And I think we're all puzzled about what happened today with the bullpen, with Kimbrel not warming up. We heard Koji would not be available in all likelihood. He was warmed up at one point, did not enter the game, and not bring in a lefty.
Yeah, that's a little puzzling. You know, what started the puzzle for me was when I didn't see Kimbrel up in a one-run ball game with a man in scoring position. I thought that would be the time that we see him up. Instead, we saw Uehara get up after that. So, you know, I wonder about Kimbrel. And the fact that you had some lefty pinch hitters available, obviously, and then there was no left-hander warming up for the Red Sox is a little puzzling, too.
Rutledge hitting here for Brock Holt, and he will take one in there for a strike.
Well, we've seen this team make a couple passionate comebacks in this game and in other games. They need a big one right now.
Line to left center field. Kiermaier on his horse, can't get it. That's going to get on by him all the way to the fence. Rutledge chugging into second base has a stand-up double. So a good start if a comeback is to occur.
Now Rutledge has not had a lot of at-bats, and hitting for Brock Holt. Able to get that fastball that's going to be on the inside part of the plate, and finds it his way past Kiermaier in center field. We've been going back in that direction quite a bit this afternoon. What a wild game this has been.
I can't remember the last time I've seen so many balls hit into left field, off the wall, or into left center field.
Here's Vasquez. 0 for 2 with 2 walks today. That'll be a strike. Hits now even again at 15. So 30 hits on the day. Red Sox trying to rally here in the bottom of the 9th inning. They did not bring on their closer, Colome, but he's still working in the bullpen.
If you're a Red Sox hitter in this inning, you got to figure you're going to get challenged here. 4-run deficit.
Shattered bat. Eveland got the right thing and fires on to first base as the bat went tumbling right by him, and the runner had to hold.
Breaking ball that got in on the hands of Vasquez that time, and the barrel of the bat going out toward the pitcher.
Is it possible he didn't even see the bat? Look at that.
And he made no reaction at all to the bat. He was focused on the baseball, and the bat did not miss him by very much.
No. If he saw that bat, he would have tried to jump out of the way of it, wouldn't he?
You would think so.
And preservation. Now Chris Young being announced here to face a left-hander. Got his first Red Sox RBI yesterday in the Red Sox win. Tampa Bay is 2 outs away from winning the series. And he had very high hopes of winning the series if the Red Sox had 135 today with David Price on the mound, and I think even more so after the first inning when it was 5-1 Boston. Young hitting 167. No home runs, but this would be a great time for number 1. He looks at a ball. Mookie Betts on deck. Rutledge at second. And the 1-0 from the southpaw. 2-0.
You look at Chris Young's batting stance and how spread out he is now. For a lot of people that have seen him play down through time, that's not always the way he hit. Said he kind of started it last year, and when he doesn't get consistent playing time, he spreads out and doesn't really stride. He'll just pick up that foot, put it right back in the same spot because he doesn't have as good a timing when he's not playing every day.
He spins away from that one for ball 3.
A lot of guys will do that when they are not swinging the bat well, or they don't play a lot. Spread their feet out because it cuts down on the on either overstriding, that head bouncing around, the eyes moving.
Lunging. All of that comes into play when your timing isn't good.
3-0 to Young, taking all the way and right down the heart. Three for 4 against this lefty with 2 RBIs. Sox trying to crawl back in this one late. And he walked him. That was a wild one. So the Red Sox have runners at first and second. Here comes Cash again. Now he's going to want his closer, one would think. With Mookie Betts about to swing.
This is one you don't want to let get away from you if you're the Tampa Bay Rays.
It'll be Colomé as they swing the gate open. They'll bring on their closer. 12-8. Tampa Bay with 1 out in the ninth. More in a moment. Here in the ninth inning, and that's the way this game has gone back and forth today like a roller coaster, up and down. Colomé making his 5th appearance, a 159 earned run average. He comes on with 2 men aboard.
You see the numbers. He's been in 4 games. 1 for 1 in save opportunities.
And Mookie Betts 2 for 5, including a 2-run homer in the 6th inning. And Pedroia would follow. Rutledge at second and Young at first. And the right-hander's first pitch. Swinging a high fly down the left field line, cruising toward the stands. Geyer giving it a look. Oh, it comes on back, and he makes the play in fair territory, tagging up Rutledge. He scurries down to third. Boy, that one came back, and he made the catch. It's the best play he's made today.
That's what we talked about a little bit earlier, the wind, you know, and again, that ball's hit so high it gets up over the stands, and that's when it takes over. And it blew that ball back just about into fair territory.
Yeah, I think that would have been a fair ball, Jerry, if it bounced.
I agree with you. And boy, has it been a strange afternoon out there for Geyer. But there's that breeze again, blowing that ball back into the field of play.
I think if that ball, of course, it's doesn't matter now, but if that ball gets by Geyer, that ball bounces. You're looking at second and third with a run scored. Whew, it would get interesting again.
Instead, it's out number 2, and here's Pedroia, who has belted a home run and doubled today along with a single. Down into the dirt. So the Sox are down to their last man. 12-8 Tampa Bay, runners at first and third.
The old bloop and a blast theory is what the Red Sox need now. One more base hit and a big home run.
Hoping to get it to Bogaerts, who's on deck. and down low to make it 2-0. Colomé, the hard thrower, with a 2-0 pitch. "12 runs, 15 hits for Tampa Bay. 8 runs, 15 hits for the Sox." And the 2-1 from Colomé. There goes Young, swinging a fly ball right field. Souza's there. He puts it away, and that does it. This is one that got away today. The Red Sox had a 5-1 lead in the first inning with David Price on the mound. It winds up 12-8 TC Tampa Bay, and they win the series, and the homestand ends in disappointing fashion at 4-6.